Danielle, would you call the roll, please?
Councilwoman Knappel.
Here.
Councilman Babcock.
Here.
Councilman Eagle.
Here.
Councilman Peters.
Here.
Councilman Petty.
Here.
Vice Mayor Reese.
Here.
City Attorney Moore.
Here.
Thank you. Now we have approval of the minutes. I believe you set two separate ones. The first were the regular council minutes on April 1st. Have you had a chance to look over those? So do I have a motion about those?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Discussion.
Excuse me, sir.
Point of order discussion.
Yes, we're going to have discussion. Discussion, please. Any discussion?
Motion to strike the language on items 1 and 2 under unfinished business, which states dies for lack of second due to their being improperly ruled by the chair out of order when introducing a resolution to the council.
I'm sorry, what? Say that again?
I'd like to motion to strike the language on items 1 and 2 in the unfinished business that states dies for lack of second due to being improperly ruled by the chair that I was out of order when introducing a resolution to the council.
Items 1 and 2 under unfinished business, you're saying?
Yes, where it says under unfinished business.
And you're saying it didn't die for lack
It
of...
did not die for lack of a second. I was improperly pulled out of order and I had the floor and there was, I was introducing a resolution.
Any discussion about that?
The first amendment on the line item of business inspection fee.
Point of order, there has to be a second to have discussion.
Excuse me. Excuse me, sir.
Mayor, could I suggest you reread the motion as submitted by
Yes.
Councilman Eagle?
Please.
No, well, I think he's read it a couple times. You can ask it to be reread, or you can...
I'll read the motion. The motion is basically under unfinished business. It says building inspection fees resolution. Councilman Eagle made a motion to approve resolution abolishing building inspection fees. Died for lack of second. And then number 2, 2A sanctuary city resolution. Councilman Eagle made a motion to pass 2A sanctuary city resolution. Councilman Eagle read the resolution as the motion. Dies for lack of second. I'm asking the council that we strike the language on both of those that says died for lack of second due to me being improperly called out of order when I had the floor in introducing a resolution.
Do I have further discussion on that, please?
Ask for a second. There's a second.
Second on that. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second it.
Ready? Do we have any discussion on that motion?
I would like to state that you were in here and you did the building inspection thing, went fully through before you left the building, so that one did go through while you were here.
That's right.
You were escorted out during the Second Amendment one. But I want to discuss the building inspection one again anyway, so I'm good to strike that, the terminology also.
Can you strike it if that's what happened? I don't know.
Again, I think the motion that's on the table is with respect to the minutes, to strike the language as requested. Now, if Cole wants to withdraw that motion to, if he agrees with Mr. Babcock with respect to the first item, he can do that. Just ask that the second item be stricken. But right now, we have the motion as Councilman Eagle submitted on the table.
I will withdraw the motion that I made and I will reintroduce the motion.
That's fine.
Okay. I'd like to motion that we strike from Councilman Eagle on number 2, 2A sanctuary city resolution. Councilman Eagle made a motion to pass 2A sanctuary city resolution. Councilman Eagle read the resolution as the motion. Dies for lack of second. I'd like to remove the language that says dies for lack of second.
Second.
So we have a motion for items 1 and 2 and unfinished business of the old minutes, that we strike the language died for lack of second on both.
No, you just put it on the second.
Any discussion, do we have a motion? I'm sorry, a second on that particular motion?
I've already seconded, Mayor.
No, didn't you change the language again?
And he's still second.
Okay. Any discussion further on that? Would you read, please, again, the full motion?
Councilman Elo asks to strike the language from the 2A sanctuary city resolution, dies for lack of a second, and item number 2 under unfinished business. And Councilman Babcock seconded.
Any further discussion on that?
So was there a second?
There was not a second? No, for either of those?
Was there a second I'm talking about in the last meeting?
Yes, sir.
There was no second on the first line item. The second line item did not complete the reading of the resolution when he was removed. So therefore, that would apply to the second one, not the first one.
No, he left under item 3. That's where he was at, to read, he was escorted out under item 3.
Your property tax.
Yeah, the first 2 had died for lack of second, and the third one was the one that was escorted out.
That's what the minutes say. I'm going to agree with Councilman Babcock on this, because he is correct that the second one did die. He is correct, it did die for lack of second. The 2A resolution did not die for lack of a second. It just, I did not have the floor. Was not seated at the floor. I was improperly silenced. That one did not die for lack of second. I wasn't finished introducing my motion.
The council can approve it if it remembers and wants to approve the minutes that is written, or as amended in this case.
So we're just talking about the second item now.
Yes, this motion is just with respect to the second item, that language being changed.
So the motion is that we take out dies for lack of second out of the second item, which is the sanctuary city resolution. Any further discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right.
In discussion for the original motion, I'd like to also...
Excuse me. Does anyone else have anything? I mean, I appreciate it, but you have to get the floor. Start speaking. Just so everyone knows, we're under Robert's Rules of Order, and the people have to be recognized before they can begin speaking. So please do that just to help us allow everybody an opportunity to speak. That's important. Did you have something else?
Yes, we're just making corrections to the minutes, so I'm just going to make corrections as we go. And I'm going to try to sum up as much as I can to save time, because I know we have a long night ahead of us. My second motion is to add on number 3 here, to change the language to state property tax resolution. During the agenda item, Councilman Ebel was improperly called out of order. A request was made for him to be removed from the meeting. The councilman was improperly removed from the meeting.
Do we have a second for that motion?
I've got a question.
Yes.
I thought you just said that you were removed during the second motion and not the third.
I did not state that. I was just silenced during the second. I was removed during the third.
Does anyone have a remembrance of that, or do we need to go back and watch what happened? Yes, sir.
The third one never came up because while he was reading the Second Amendment sanctuary city motion, that's when he was removed from the meeting. The third one was never reached at that point.
I respectfully disagree with you. I'd welcome anyone to chime in that did not happen. City Attorney Moore, you were here. I was introducing the third one, and that was basically that's where I started reading most of the motion, and that's where I was called out of order. Everybody stood up, started to leave, and she improperly removed me.
I think that's what Councilman Babcock said, it was the third one.
It was the third one. He's saying
Property
second.
taxes.
Well, I'm sorry, the number's wrong.
It's okay. Third, it was during the property
Yes.
tax. It was during the property
I
tax
concur.
resolution.
Yes, I just got the wrong number.
Okay.
So
sorry.
just to rehash, so we're all on the same page. It was the third one in which the councilman was removed. The first 2, one about building inspection and the second about sanctuary cities, you're saying it did not die, excuse me please, you're saying it did not die for a lack of a second. Is that what you're all remembering? Or do we need to go back and look at what happened just to make sure our remembrance is correct? Just excuse me please. What do you-
Again, the council approves the minutes as they've been submitted, and they've Now, again, and we've got a recording of the meeting, so it's going to show whatever it shows if it's necessary to go back and look at it again.
In point of order, we're discussing number 3 right now, and it literally says on here that I was removed during number 3. That's what it is. I'm agreeing that I was removed. I'd just like to add the wording improperly removed, as was confirmed in an email from City Attorney Moore.
Mr. Moore, do you have any?
I don't, but that's his motion. Council can consider.
Repeat that motion again, please.
Motion is to change the language on number 3, property tax resolution. During the agenda item, Councilman Evil was improperly called out of order. A request was made for him to be removed from the meeting. The councilman was improperly removed from the meeting.
The word improperly, I think, is the key to this.
Yes, ma'am.
You're calling one out of order is improper in that situation.
Yes, it
Mayor, I
was.
would ask for, is there a second to that?
Is there a second? And if there's no second, that dies for lack of a second. Anything else anyone wants to contribute?
Motion to strike items 4 through 11 under unfinished business to the improper removal to an elected official, as lawsuits could arise because we did not follow the rules, especially in zoning matters.
I'm sorry, you're still referring to the motions to the...
Point of order,
to the
I'm introducing a point where I'm introducing a motion.
Could you be clear about just the language you're going to have removed
Absolutely.
first, just as part of the motion?
I'll slow down a little, I apologize. I'm wanting to remove items 4 from 11 legally because there's an improper removal, especially since there's zoning issues on there that we're voting on, and the only elected person on the planning committee was not present. And if a lawsuit arises from zoning issues, which anyone who works with zoning can understand, lawsuits do come up, they can come back to this and they can rule it improper because Robert's Rules of Order was not followed, stated by our city charter, and we can open ourselves up to a lawsuit. So I'd recommend taking that off of here. It's on you guys, I just motioned for it, and that's,
Just to point out, all of those items are on unfinished business for the agenda tonight. So they are on our agenda.
exactly, so we're acknowledging that they're null and void, so we should remove them from the minutes.
I'll second that motion.
All right.
I will give my opinion on that. The minutes just reflect what happened at the last meeting. It doesn't go to whether any action taken by the council at that meeting was void for any reason. So I would recommend that the council leave the minutes to say what actually happened at that meeting and not strike those votes from the minutes of the meeting.
May I ask whether, did we vote on any of those items and pass them or not pass them?
Yes, you voted.
You did several of those items and they all passed unanimously.
And some had to do with ordinances and some had to do with the contract.
But they're back on the minutes tonight.
They're back on the agenda tonight.
Right, and we're still just dealing with the minutes. And again, my point is that regardless of how you choose to proceed tonight, last month's minutes should reflect the votes that were taken at that time, at that meeting.
Any further discussion about that, please? Would you please? Sorry.
Councilman Evil makes a motion to strike 4 through 11 on the minutes. I didn't put them out on the lawsuit, so just for planning commission.
So we have the motion to strike 4 through 11 of the minutes of the council meeting last month. Any further discussion on that? Okay, all in favor of striking all of those items from the minutes from last month? Aye.
Do a roll call.
Yes, have a roll call, please.
Councilwoman Knappel,
No.
Councilman Markcott,
No.
Councilman Evil,
Aye.
Councilman Peters,
No.
Councilman Petty,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reese.
Yes.
It's a tie.
No, it's 4 to 2.
Did I miss something?
Mayor has to.
That was 3-3.
Yeah.
3-3. I'm gonna, my vote is, the minutes stand as they were written. We will deal with all the agenda items tonight. I thought it was 4 to 2. 3 and 3, that's fine. For those items, I mean, to leave those items on there, we will be readdressing those tonight. Yes, sir.
Are we finished with approval of minutes?
Just got one more and we'll finish it out.
I got a motion after that, after we finish that.
Last motion on this is to strike item 1 through 11 on new business for the same exact reasons.
Motion is to strike items 1 through 11 on the minutes for new business. I hear a second to that. If no second, then it dies for lack of a second. We'll move on. Councilman, do you have something you want to
I'd like to make a motion that we limit discussion time to 2 minutes per item per council member, to include a 2-minute limit on making a motion.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to limit discussion time to 2 minutes per item and 2 minutes per introduction of a minute of a motion. Okay, any discussion on that? Yes, sir.
May I be recognized?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Basically, what we're doing here is we're limiting voices that are representatives. By limiting you to 2 minutes, I'm limiting your voice. I'm limiting your voice. Some things can take real quick, some things can go a lot longer. And we're going to keep going down this path as a council to where we look like a joke. And all we have to do is have a civil conversation here. But what's happening is, I feel like there's some people here trying to play the Robert's Rules of Order game to limit free speech. And we can do that, but all you're doing is extending these meetings constantly because we're not studying what Robert's Rules of Order means. We can discuss things. I don't mind. If I can give a recommendation, if you're tired of hearing about if someone's talking too long, this is what I recommend you do. You say call a question. Am I correct on this? And if 2/3 of the council votes to call a question, that ends discussion right there. And you can silence whoever you want to, but at least you've allowed for discussion until the point where you feel it's out of order. That's how I would do it to keep it professional, because sometimes it does get out of order. What you're doing is you're just blanketing across the board.
Any further discussion, I do want to open it up for everyone to have a chance to talk to this. So any further discussion, or do you wish to amend it in any way to allow for circumstances? I don't know how you want to handle that.
Just leave it at any further discussion, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Any further discussion on that? All right, all in favor?
What is your opinion on that?
On the time limits, again, the rules are for y'all. The rules are for y'all to deliberate as you see fit and to make decisions. And there are mechanisms, as Cole said, if you want to cut short discussion, you can. But there are also situations where I do think it makes sense to set a time limit for discussion. I also will tell Cole, I think it doesn't make sense to read a 2-page resolution when your motion, as part of your motion, when it's supposed to be a concise summary of the action that you want the council to take. So there's 2 sides to this. But the bottom line is, until you all work together, the rules aren't going to save you. So you can put whatever limitations on it you can adopt ordinances for setting the agenda, but you got to work together and try to work through these issues. Let each other talk. Don't speak until you be recognized. If you just follow the basics, it will take care of itself, in my opinion. That's probably more than what you wanted. But
And just a quick
Excuse me,
example is,
You just said, please be recognized before you speak.
I apologize, Mayor. May I be recognized?
Excuse me, were you finished, sir?
I was been up, he answered my question.
and then, Mayor, if anybody else wants to speak.
Yes, if anybody else, the way this really is supposed to work is whoever makes the motion speaks, then it has an opportunity all the way around the room, back to the original speaker, all the way around the room 2 times, and that's it. So I open it up to any discussion y'all have, because again, this is your meeting, if you want to discuss this, and then we'll come back to whoever hasn't had a chance to have a second time yet. So any further discussion among y'all? There's one more opportunity, please address this.
Okay, 2 things that I'll address. One, we're all adults here. I don't think we need to be treated like we're in 5th grade. I think we can all discuss things and stay how it is. And I think if anyone here wants to talk, y'all feel free to talk here. I mean, I think it's okay if we talk, raise your hand. I don't think she has to prod you to raise your hand. 2, we still haven't approved the minutes. So we're out of order on his motion as right now, because we made a motion during the middle of a motion without a ruling.
I didn't ask if we were finished.
Yeah, the council had finished the amendments to the minutes, but there had not been a final vote on
All
the
right,
minutes
let's go back
as amended.
then. I'm sorry, let's go back. All in favor of approving the minutes as amended?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, thank you. So it's 5-1. Thank you.
So I think we can go back to,
Yes.
Then need to reread that?
no, I think it's fine, it's okay.
So we have a motion to limit discussion to 2 for both the discussion part and the introduction of the motion itself. Okay. Any further discussion now? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So it's 5-1. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to remove items 1 and 3 as they were voted on and died for lack of a second. That's all that.
And the motion is to amend the agenda for tonight to eliminate
Unfinished business.
an unfinished business, to eliminate items 1 and 3 because they were voted on with the full council at the last meeting.
They were not voted on, they were, excuse me,
Yes,
they
sir.
were not voted on, but died for lack of a second.
Yes, died for lack of a second. Second to that?
I'll second that.
So you
That's fine.
Okay. We have discussion.
Do you care if I amend that to just striking number 3 because I've got a possible solution for number 1?
I'll do that. I'd like to make a motion, I'll amend that, to remove item 3 as it died for lack of a second.
Okay, so the motion as amended is to remove item 3 because it died of a lack of second. Do I have a second to that amendment?
Second.
Okay, any discussion on the amendment? Yes, sir.
The council just voted that on that item number 3, we just literally voted that it did not die for a lack of second. So I guess, are we changing that? Because we just struck that. And I'll go back to Danielle, because it didn't die for lack of
Direct
second.
your comments to the chair, not to the other.
I apologize.
The motion had to do with the minutes, if I'm understanding correctly.
Yeah, that was with respect to amending the minutes.
Right.
So.
This is a motion to amend the agenda to now strike item number 3.
So this is a different motion now. Any further discussion on that?
I didn't have my question answered there. My question was, we've acknowledged as a council as a whole that that did not die for lack of a second. Am I correct on that, Danielle? Just reverting over here.
I'm not saying that because I remembered it did die for lack of a second.
That's.
But I could be wrong. I
Maybe there
stand
was
to be
some
wrong.
confusion earlier when he was talking about the actual minutes.
I'll remind everybody that I was,
In this case, do we need to go back and revisit that?
Regardless of what happened, the council can move to strike this from the agenda if it chooses to. Now, I don't specifically remember which resolution that, why that resolution failed the first time. But regardless, you can strike it from this agenda if you want.
Yes, sir.
Well, can we ask Danielle what the minutes stated regarding that?
Well, I think that's what we were saying earlier, that you were saying that the minutes did say that, but he was wanted to change the minutes not to say that. Maybe we misunderstood what was going on.
Possibly.
If you did and you voted in favor, you can vote to rescind and go back.
Point of inquiry, that two council members asked Danielle to read what the council decided upon that and have not allowed Danielle to read that back.
The minutes, and I'm not sure what you're asking. You're asking her to read back the minutes as they were amended just now, the language as it reads now?
Correct. I'm asking her to read back the language of the council acknowledging that that did not die for lack of a second. We just acknowledged that.
That is correct.
Yeah.
On the 2A sanctuary, that motion passed to change it.
Right.
And for clarification, did everyone understand you were amending the way the minutes had been written to say that it did not die for lack of a second? Does everyone understand? We just need to be clear how we communicate here. Does everyone understand that vote earlier was to amend the actual minutes that Danielle wrote to say that those two things did not die for lack of a second? If you didn't understand that and you voted in favor, you can go back and rescind. That's up to you. But there needs to be clarification of what actually happened. Does anyone
Which-
know? Yes.
Would she be allowed to read the original minutes?
Yes, I think we need clarification on this.
So again, we're still under this discussion for motion to remove
Okay.
this resolution from the agenda at this point.
Okay,
That motion's
all right.
still on the
All right,
table.
let's just go forward with that, and then we can go back if you want. So the motion is to remove item 3 from unfinished business because it died for lack of a second. Any further discussion on that? Yes, sir.
We're setting a very dangerous precedent by deciding that we can take off items on the agenda that council members put on there. We're setting a very dangerous precedent. If this is the kind of council we want to be, y'all can decide that right now. But you're silencing an elected official's voice by playing politics and removing their voice, their item, something that might have been important to another constituent. Again, this doesn't mean this is from me. This is from constituents. These are things that were written by constituents. This wasn't just written by me. So by attacking me on this, you're attacking constituents that wrote this. So it's okay. If you want to go down this road and set this precedent, you go down this road. But it's a very, very dangerous, un-American precedent.
Again, I just want to make sure there's clarification among all of the members, because there have been. Can we please have some order back there, sir? Thank you.
Mayor, would you just let discussion continue?
Sure. Again, we're under the 2-minute ruling, so is there any further discussion on this? If not, let's take a vote on this. The motion is to remove item 3 from unfinished business due to the fact it died for a lack of second, and it was dealt with during that time frame. And I believe everyone was present when that happened. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, so that item will be taken off of unfinished business.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to ratify the 5-0 vote that items 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 16 received after Councilman Evil was removed at the April 1st meeting. These are second readings of ordinances and a mowing contract, all of which received a 5-0 vote.
Jesse, can you repeat that?
Can you do that really slow?
That's a lot to write.
I got you. I'd like to make a motion to ratify the 5-0 vote that items 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 16 received after Councilman Evil was removed at the April 1st meeting. These are second readings of ordinances and a mowing contract, all of which received a 5-0 vote.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to remove items 5,
To ratify.
5, 6, 7.
Ratify.
I'm sorry, excuse me, ratify. motion, items 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 16 from unfinished business that were voted on and second, they were second readings and a mowing contract. We need to have a second. May I have a discussion on that, please? Full second, yes. In discussion. Yes, sir.
It doesn't matter about the vote. I have my information that I'd have on this, especially being the only elected member on the planning commission, could have an impact on that vote. Additionally, we are opening ourselves up to lawsuits should a zoning issue arise. This is something, I mean, you want to take on that liability? Take on that liability. But again, silencing an elected official's voice.
Mr. Moody, any thoughts?
My thought would be to let the council continue to discuss it, and if anybody has a legal question to ask me, I'll be glad to answer.
Yes, sir.
I've got a question. Councilman Ebo, you saying you were elected to the board of,
The planning commission, yes.
by the constituents, you were elected to that?
To the council.
Okay, I was just trying to figure out how that worked, because I didn't know that they had elections for them.
The council appoints one, okay, sorry.
Council appoints one back in, a couple years back. Any further discussion on that? Okay, let's have a vote to, please read it again one more time.
Motion to ratify on 5-0 vote, items 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 16, as they were received after Councilman Eagle was removed from the meeting. They were second reading and the mowing contract.
Is there a receipt? Is there passed?
Yeah, they passed 5-0.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed?
Okay.
Could you say that again? I didn't catch it. Can we do a,
Roll call?
yeah, I'm sorry, because I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Do you want me to reread the motion? Is that what you're asking me to do? Okay, Councilman Peters' motion to ratify from the 5-0 vote that took place after Councilman Eagle was removed from the April 1st meeting, items 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 16, as they passed with the 5-0 vote on second reading and for the mowing contract.
All right. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Knappel.
Yes.
Councilman Babcock.
Yes.
Councilman Eagle.
No.
Councilman Peters.
Yes.
Councilman Petty.
No.
Vice Mayor Reese.
No.
It's fine.
Can I abstain? What happens if I abstain?
It doesn't pass.
So what happens then?
I think the council can still consider them individually as they come up on the agenda,
Okay.
because it is a different motion as opposed to ratifying all of them together. You would be considering them individually.
Okay.
But the motion to ratify as made will not pass.
Okay, so we, rather than taking them as a whole group, we could take them individually.
The council can still consider those
Okay,
individually.
I'm going to abstain because perhaps we should take these individually and consider them for ratification.
Yeah.
That's what's voted.
Yeah, again, to abstain in a tie, I don't know what the basis of abstaining. I need to look at
So,
the charter,
okay,
make
so
sure that
that,
you.
do I would like to see these taken individually, is I guess what I'm saying. I'm not against the ratification, I'd like to see them taken and discussed individually, and we do that.
I just need to see if the charter requires you to make a vote in the event of a tie, or if you have.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, it'd be simple, just vote no.
You can
Right.
definitely vote no.
All right, I will vote no, because I would like to take them individually. I'm not against ratification, but I would like to take them individually. All right.
Motion, Yes, motion to move item number 3 on new business on old business to new business, or sorry, item number 2 from old business to new business, because that would be under new business.
Councilwoman Knappel, that's your, was this,
Yeah, I think it kind of went along with number 3, but I'm fine to move it. It doesn't make any difference to me when we consider it.
right. Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
So we'll move number 2 to number 1, new business.
Let-
Hold on just a second. Okay, we're still on actually, we're not even into new business, unfinished business. Because we haven't gone through all of our reports, so could we go back to the regular business that we have here?
We've not even done bills yet.
Yeah. Could we go back to the regular order of business? I think we do. Okay. All right, let's go back to the regular order of business, consideration of bills over $2,000.
Motion to take these individually,
A motion to take these individually? Do have a
or I can
second?
ask a question and maybe some of those.
We have a motion to take these individually. Do I have a second to that? Okay, no second, then we'll take them as a whole. Any discussion?
Is there a motion?
What's the motion?
There was no motion.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Is that a motion to approve the entirety of them?
Yes.
The motion is to approve the entirety of them? Is there a
Second.
second? Any discussion on that? Yes, sir.
Detail on the asphalt repair, I was just curious about that.
Was
Les, I don't know if that's a question for you. Asphalt repair, the one that was $14,000, $14,450.
Yep,
Um,
that's all the holes that we had during the winter time,
Okay.
so they couldn't pave in the winter. We had that in our City Hall where the flood busted the road up. We had some driveways we had to fix back on account of the drainage pipe was in all the driveway, so that's the reason why it's so high. We just had a bunch of holes.
Okay, any further questions or discussion?
Yep.
Okay, all in favor of approving these as a whole? Please.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, then we move to the next item. If there are any citizens here who would like to speak to me as the matters tonight, or citizens or business owners here in town.
Mayor Smith, I'd like to address the council just a moment.
Sure. Would you mind?
Come up.
We have a nice little podium here that we'd love to have you speak to. You're used to that, aren't you? Would you please, just for the record, your name and your address?
Sure. My name is Tim Frank. I live at 607 Main Street North, there on Main Street, here in Carthage. And I would like to encourage the council, ask the council, to revisit the ordinance. I take it as an ordinance or whatever it was that was passed a couple of years ago, permitting open drinking on the streets, and especially where that it's served on the street by events for public property. I think that it's one of those things for our community that establishments, the citizens voted that in, but I think that the council has the control of allowing or not allowing different events to have alcohol on the streets. And I just hate to see our city move in that direction. And if we could possibly rescind that, I'd like for the council to at least consider revisiting that. Okay?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any other concerns from folks here in town or business owners? Okay, yes,
I'd like to say something.
And just for the record, if you would your name and address.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Mark Drover. I live at 306 Ward Avenue East, right here in Carthage. Some of you may know, we've been having a summer concert series on the courthouse lawn. And I don't know all of the details of what's entailed in trying to get an event set or trying to get a safety measures put in place to protect the people that are attending those events. But when we're standing out there with families, parents, grandkids, kids of citizens of the city, and they're attending an event that is a fundraiser for the American Legion, the veterans, who a lot of them happen to be sitting right over in that corner. But we can't put in safety measures to make sure those people that are attending that event are safe without a whole bunch of red tape and requesting of permits. Like I said, I don't know all the details of how that happens. But when the mayor comes out on the street and stands there and yells at somebody that is attending this event, I don't think it makes her look very good. It doesn't make the city look very good. For whatever reason, that she's not letting them put them safety measures in place, which I say, I don't know. But as a concerned citizen who's attending this event with his grandkids, I think safety of the people that are visiting this community should be the #1 priority. And whatever needs to happen to make that safety take place, I think this council needs to address and make that happen. Whether, whatever they need to do to make sure that we can remain safe for the people that are attending. And it's not just this concert series, it's any kind of event that's going on. #1 priority, we got to try and bring people to this community, and that's what these events are doing. But if we're not making it safe for the people that are attending, they're not going to want to come back. They're not going to come to anything that we do as a community. And if it's something that's going to help this community, I think we need to do whatever we can as a city council and as a community to make things happen in this community.
Thank you. Any further comments, citizens' comments?
May I be allowed to speak?
Come up here.
I didn't know if it was included, public citizen comment or not.
Is it okay for me to talk?
Oh, sure.
No,
Please, if you will, for the record, your name and your address, please.
I'm Billy Woodard. I live at 602 Lancaster Highway in Lancaster, Tennessee. I'm the Executive Director of the Smith County Chamber of Commerce. And I could start out with a question. I have in my hand a copy of an email and a letter that I sent to all the councilmen and the mayor about our events that we're going to be having for the next 6-7 months. And I have the permit applications with me, and I don't know if it's proper to turn them in tonight or if I have to wait and turn them into the city tomorrow. So that's the question that I have. And then the other thing that I wanted to say is the Chamber of Commerce, the mayor is automatically a member of my board, as are the other mayors in the county. And they are always on my board. So they, I presume that the mayor, and I know the county mayor has to work at the behest of the county commission, and I know in the Chamber of Commerce, I have to work at the behest of the board of directors, and I have to do whatever they tell me to do. And I think that's the way most of the governments around here in general work, and a lot of your organizations. So we perform these events that we put on in Carthage and in Gordonsville and in South Carthage and other places that we do. We do them for the benefit of the cities that we serve and the county that we serve. And so I guess my only comment would be is that we want to continue to do that because our goal and our mission is to make things better anywhere here in the county that we can and do everything that we can to see things improve. And that's from an industrial standpoint, that's from a commercial standpoint, that's from a recreational standpoint and a tourism standpoint. And that's the aim that we have for doing this. We have a reciprocity that goes on between us and the county and the cities. We do not charge the county or any of the cities for any of our services or any facility that they use, and we never will as long as the board allows me to do that. Because I don't think when we're working together, we should do that. We have offices that are in the courthouse, offices here, and there are people that are nonprofit organizations, and they're allowed to use those offices. I personally think that is a good use. The Chamber of Commerce was formed in 1974 from the Smith County Boosters Club. It was formed by a group of businessmen that wanted to see the county move forward. One of the biggest projects they did was the industrial park that we have over in Gordonsville right now. If it had not been for that, we would be in the shape that Clay County and Fentress County and several other counties are in, but they were forward-thinking enough that they put their differences aside and they built an industrial park in Gordonsville. I think cooperation is a golden standard that they set for us, and I think we can continue with it. And I guess my only question is do I turn this into you guys tonight, or do I have to do it tomorrow?
Mayor, if I could have a follow-up question to something that Billy just said in that statement, please?
Hold on just a second. I'm sorry.
I'll let you go ahead, Mayor. Okay. And if they're not properly filled out, I apologize, and I will redo them.
We'll take care of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just so everyone knows, for clarification, when we have someone who wants to do a special event that would entail blocking off a city street or using city property, there is a special event permit that they have to apply for. That's what Mr. Miller has done here. And part of the application process is it's 60 days in advance of the event. It names the property or the street that needs to be closed off, just because we can't just arbitrarily start closing streets without permits. And then the council has 30 days to vote on each of those events proposed and whether they want to close the city street for that event. Sometimes there may be situations where they can't close it. So thank you, Mr. Woodard. I guess it's an application for each of those events.
Yes, ma'am. Individually, one of them, there's 2 dates on it, and I apologize for that. The lady that was helping me, she wasn't clear on what needed to happen, so I'll resubmit if I need to.
And again, he has this, again, so the public knows if you ever want to do this, it's ordinance CCO 20190905. Parenthesis 1, and it has to do, it's 4 pages about how you, basically what is needed to close the road, and it's all kinds of, we just, as many citizens have said, we just can't start arbitrarily closing the road. It has to be a collective, cooperative, as Mr. Woodard said. So the council will look at these, and then we'll give a decision in 30 days. Okay, thank you very much for doing that.
Can I ask my follow-up question, please?
We'll come back.
Okay, yes, ma'am. I sure will.
And then
Actually, it's kind of a 2-part question.
you can, well, I mean, just state what you'd like to state, and then.
Well, it's a question that needs an answer, because there was something that Billy Woodard said in his comment, that the Chamber of Commerce doesn't charge the cities for the events that they do. So correct me if I'm wrong, those permits that he just handed you to try and get, there's a charge for those, correct? Is there a charge for him to have those permits done?
It's $20.
Okay.
At the same time, the city gives a sizable amount of money to the chamber.
Okay, I guess what my question is, why is the city charging the Chamber of Commerce for a permit when the Chamber of Commerce doesn't charge all of the cities in the county for all the events that they put on every year, all year long? I mean, that seems kind of unfair to me as a citizen. If you're going to charge him because he wants to put on an event, but he doesn't charge you for any events that he puts on that benefit the city.
Just for clarification, we have our finance officer. How much have we paid the chamber this year? Do you remember what our fees are?
It's getting close to $7,500, I think. But I think the main issue, Mayor, is that the citizens want the street closed. All we're asking is, I think, to be notified that somebody wants to hold an event.
Yes, exactly. Because the first time that it was closed, we had no idea it was going to be closed. There was an event we had no idea about. And we got multiple calls from citizens saying that it blocked the city street when we knew nothing about that. So that's why we had to go through this procedure. Otherwise, streets will be closed. We have no idea they're being closed. It's, if I wanted to go out to Jackson Avenue and I lived in the house there and blocked up the street in front of me and said, let's have a block party, we couldn't do that. You have to have a permit, and it has to be okay by the council and then also the police. There are a lot of things that weigh in. There may be conflicting things that night. There may be neighbors that don't want that happen. There could be, there's multiple questions that have to be answered by the council each time they examine one of these event permits applications. Yes, sir.
I think Mr. Petty had his hand up
Yes, sir.
first.
You want me to go ahead? I'd just like to say, first of all, I think everybody in here is greatly indebted to all the veterans,
Yes.
not only in this room, but everywhere. And we appreciate the things that go on and the events that happen. There was some miscommunication. All we need to do is just go forward from here
That's right.
and make these things happen as often as we can.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, is there any way that we can change this ordinance and try and shorten that time frame? Because I'm sure they've already got these events booked and stuff. I'd like to see a public hearing with the businesses downtown and get the public hearing on what they feel about these events. And then if we can expedite the petitions for them to have their events.
Absolutely.
There is a clause in here, if you choose to do that, there is, they still have to apply, but there's a clause, I
Okay,
believe.
but they've got the application right there for applying, right?
Right,
So we got that covered.
and it's each individual, well, there's, actually, there's other stuff in here besides just that, I didn't realize that. This is not just about, there's several different things in here, apparently. Yes, sir.
Can I ask y'all a question that are doing that? How many people did y'all have at the last one?
Around 60.
60? Do you think you can make it work without us blocking the streets until we can get this done? That way maybe put some barricades along the sidewalk or
Well,
something?
you know, there's a lot of children there, and I personally don't have children there, but I know how they feel about if your child gets dark, that the safety of having that blocked off, and there are no businesses open around the square, and it takes a block around to go around.
Well, I agree 100%, but I've been contacted by some businesses that have lost money on the Saturday, so I'd like them to have.
May I ask who?
There was 3 businesses there
Okay, maybe you have
that are
to
open
minutes
further
on
down.
Mr.
Sure.
Excuse me, if you're going to, again, could you come up and identify so we'll know who we're talking with here? We need to get this on record. Would you mind coming up and just?
I really don't want to.
Thank you. All right. Sir, would you like to come up, please, so we can?
No, I just said I want to add to it. Me and my grandson, 7 years old, was crossing the road in the crosswalk. Had a car come within 2 inches of hitting us. The car speeded up, revved his engine up, and speeded up. And several of them was doing that.
May I ask?
Now, it's a safety thing. That's not safe.
Yes, help us out here. Is there a better place to put this than right on Main Street? Could we reverse it around to the side? That used to have a lot of things on the side.
No.
The courthouse is the best place for it.
Okay, hold on.
This is on the agenda for later, if you want to add,
Yeah,
move it up for
let's,
discussion now.
this is on the agenda, so let's wait and have discussion, if you don't mind, at the end. Yes, sir.
I make a motion that we take it up now while everybody's engaged in the
I'll
conversation.
second.
All right. Okay. If you want to speak to it, please come to the podium so we can recognize who you are. Sarah, you want to come up and back there?
Mary, sit down and recognize them and wait for a while.
Well,
Tell people
We're still in citizens, I mean, I know we moved this up.
Citizens' concern.
We'll have
So is
discussion.
that motion, okay, now I'm confused. You're in citizens
Yeah, we're in
concern.
citizens' concern, so please hold your motion to get to that item of business if you don't mind. That's, we can move it up to.
I believe I made that motion to do that. It was
There's a
seconded,
motion,
and it
there's
was
a
voted
second.
on.
and there's a-
Who seconded?
Yeah. Jesse seconded.
Okay, that's that.
So.
What, we need to vote on it.
Point of inquiry.
Right, we're still in
Since-
citizens'
We did-
concern.
That's my point of inquiry, Mayor. So I'm with you. Let's move this along. Point of inquiry, if there's a motion in the middle of citizens' concern, does that negate citizens' concern? Do we move forward with the motion, or do we finish out citizens' concerns? How do we do this?
Again, I think you could move forward with the motion, have discussion, have people speak to it, but then citizen concerns could resume and finish after this item is considered.
Okay,
Again, we haven't voted on the motion to move it up, but assuming that is passed, then you can address that now and come back to citizens' comments.
Another point of inquiry, so would we want to, would it be proper to amend the motion to suspend the rules to allow for citizens to speak? Would that be the proper procedure to do that?
That would work.
Okay, so I'd like to amend the motion to suspend the rules to allow citizens to speak to this.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? To amend the rules to allow citizens to speak, and then are we going to go back to citizens' concern, or just to speak?
After this item is dealt with, yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. And then opposed? So, would you please give your name and your address?
My name is Mike Maggart. I live at 519 Jackson Avenue. And I just wanted to address the situation for a couple of things. Actually, I agree with Mr. Grover. I saw on Facebook they're supposed to get a permit 60 days in advance. Of course, the thing they were having, I think, was on the courthouse lawn and didn't include the street. But I feel like if Smith County Rescue Squad or FEMA or whoever it is comes up there and deems it a safety issue, they should be able to block the street off, period. I mean, that's the number one concern, is safety, in my opinion.
Just to clarify, the week before, it had been blocked in violation of the permit, and we allowed it to stay because the concert was already going. This time, the concert hadn't started. In fact, they were still putting up the stage, and Mr. Carter, apparently someone named Shania, whatever, had called him to block the street, but she's not someone who has the authority to do that. So he was kind of put upon.
And he needs the authority.
Yes, sir.
If I'm not mistaken, if we go back and look at the ordinance, the way we wrote it some 2 years ago or whenever it was, that in the case when something comes up quickly, that you do have the authority to approve it. I believe that's correct.
Or was it a special call?
I can't remember one of it.
Yeah, you have to, still have to come together and vote on it, yes.
Madam Director, now.
Just to take our name, are you?
No, I'm not done yet.
Okay.
So you're saying you have to have a vote, the day of something going on, if they're having something up there?
Here's the ordinance we're talking about, and basically, it lines out that in order to block the city street, we're not just talking, you can have anything in the courthouse you want, that's no problem, but to block a city street anywhere in our town, it doesn't matter if it's downtown or anywhere, you have to fill out an application for a special event permit and show why you're blocking the street, and then the council has the right to vote on whether they approve that.
Well, I understand that, you have to get a permit and all that, but if the day of, if somebody in the emergency squad or whoever it is feels that there's a safety concern, they should be able to block the street off.
That's no problem, but Mr. Carter, as I was standing there talking to him when this lady came up, and he said, no, he would not have come out if she had not called him. Because my understanding from Mr. Wood was they were going to come and keep everything in the courtyard that night because they had already blocked the street the 2 weekends before that. And they said something to say, please don't do that again unless you get a permit.
Well, just from all the remarks that I saw, evidently somebody thought it was a safety concern. And the second thing I'd like to bring up, I'll get off there real quick, y'all can do whatever you want to with that. But I was watching video, and of course, a lot of people see the video because it's on Facebook. Mr. Evil, he was trying to put forth some resolutions for Second Amendment or taxes, stuff like that. And I don't know if there's a 2-minute time limit or not, but if he's representing his constituents, I don't see where a time limit should be that important if you're all concerned about us. My opinion, and I really thought it was very inappropriate, just so you guys know, for you to get up and act like you're going to walk out of the meeting. That's uncalled for.
Well, I believe...
Mayor, can I address that?
That's all I got.
Yes, sir.
The reason I decided to get up and walk out, I can't speak for anybody else in this room, is I'm not going to sit here in this meeting and listen to two grown people argue over something that we're not getting nothing accomplished for you all. There's no sense in me sitting here and listening to it. That's why I walked out, was going to walk out. That's an explanation I've got for you.
You're speaking up now, you could have spoke up then.
There was no, then I'd have been out of order, because I can't, Robert's rules, you can't talk then.
Could you explain just what happened as far as Robert's rule, please?
No, what I'd like to suggest is that we deal with the motion that before we let citizens finish their comments, we've got a completely unrelated agenda item to deal with.
All right.
I've got a point of
Are there
inquiry.
any more citizens' concerns since we voted to let people who haven't already spoken?
Can it wait until after citizens?
It has to do with it, so we can speed things up, if you don't mind. My point of inquiry, hopefully speed it up. We have certain council members who are getting recognized, certain council members that are not. So let's stick with citizens' concern, and then we can discuss it as council. But there's things being said that I'd like to address too, that everyone else is getting allowed to address, and I'm not allowed to, and that's fine. I think we should stick with citizens. But if you're gonna call on council member A, B, C, D, and E, and you reach for a gavel when I come up, it's not really appropriate.
That's what we're trying to do, is allow the citizens to speak. Does anyone who has not had a chance to speak, gentlemen,
I still would like to put some input into the event of last weekend.
come right up, please?
Have you skipped over me?
No, I think we called on you, come right on up.
Which is not unusual.
Would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Baxter Key. I live at 204 Fisher Avenue. I think last weekend was handled poorly. The detours around the square are very easy. You make either a left or a right, go down to the bottom of the square, go in front of the McCall store, and then come up by the post office, in front of the office supply store, and come up 3rd Avenue and turn left, come up 2nd Avenue and turn right, or go down Spring Street to Upper Ferry Road. It's not a very difficult way to get lost. The detours are not an issue and not a problem. There's no way that anybody can get lost on them. So the safety cones are out there for a reason, to keep people that had children and grandchildren out there safe for a reason. That's all I have to say about it.
Anyone else like to speak as a citizen? Yes, sir.
Justin Malden, 136 Hilltop Drive. I want to echo what Brother Tim said earlier. I wasn't planning on saying anything about that, but I'll echo what he said about the distribution and consumption of alcohol on public premises, and agree with him on that. So you guys take that up for consideration. One thing that's on the agenda tonight hasn't been spoken to is there's going to be some sort of resolution to do with a property tax, considering a property tax reduction for the city. I urge you guys to strongly consider property tax reduction in your budget talks. Your budget is probably going to get voted on here, I had to guess, next month, since your fiscal year is coming to an end. This city is in very good financial shape. It's in wonderful financial shape. There's no doubt about that. But the city has been running a surplus and has increased its net position by more than $1 million for 3 years in a row, and is going to significantly increase its net position again this year. There continues to be a high property tax. We have the highest property tax of any city in the county. Our reserves are way above the 30% recommendation by the comptroller's office, and that money's just sitting in an investment pool right now. I know there's talks about potential projects down the road. If that's the case, then get those projects planned and start planning to use that money for it. But as it stands right now, that money's sitting there, and our citizens are still getting taxed the highest of any city. So I would highly encourage you guys to look at that reduction. If you're not going to reduce it, use that money to improve our infrastructure and improve the things that are going on here in this town. The city's not saving for retirement, right? That money, it's our money, it's taxpayers' money that's sitting there. So use it properly. The other thing is, Second Amendment sanctuary thing, guys, protect and uphold the Constitution, right? Make sure that we're representing what the Constitution says and upholding it. So I just encourage you to do that. Public dissemination of information. I know there's something on the agenda about that. Question that I have for the council is, you guys passed an ordinance binding the agenda a few months ago. And part of the thing in y'all's discussion was so that citizens would know what's on the agenda, nothing would be caught off guard or surprised. Why isn't the city publicly disseminating that to all available avenues, whether it's digitally or through social media? We got a couple council members who are posting the agendas. But why isn't the city has social media accounts to promote other things, but why isn't the city utilizing it to post the agenda, to get that out there? So if you guys want to be transparent, we want to do it so that the agenda is out there and it's set so that people know. I know we're posting it at City Hall, but it's being posted at City Hall during a time when I imagine there's not a lot of foot traffic in City Hall. More people are going to see it through other means, so I would just encourage you guys to get it out there so that it's more public for everyone else. And as far as what's going on in this discussion that's been going on about the American Legion, the concert series, I'm not going to argue who's right, who's wrong on that, but what I will say is these gentlemen who are here, the members of the American Legion, are combat veterans who have served us and who have protected this country. Going forward, here's the deal. At this point, this city looks very anti-veteran with some of the things that have happened over the past few months, whether that's intentional or not. That's the perception that's coming off for the city right now, because this is now the second issue specifically with the American Legion that's come before the city that's been a problem. And I'm not saying that's what you guys want, that's how you want to appear, but that's what the perception is. So you guys need to take that into consideration. Things need to be done correctly, things need to be done right, and going forward, just give them the permit and let them do the concert series. It's for a good cause, and these men have laid their lives down and put forth, and were brothers in arms. Let's just do what's right by them.
Last year, we done the same thing. At the barbecue, you come up there and you bought food, you enjoyed yourself, Ms. Smith, and as we told you it was gonna happen again, okay? It's gonna happen this coming weekend, not this weekend, the next weekend, okay? We're gonna be cooking, starting at dinner. The man asked how many people were there last time. I expect there'll be 150 people by this month, this coming week. What are you saying?
Well, I'll come out again and get some of it. It was delicious. It was delicious. I'll be sure to be there.
We need to keep it safe there.
May I ask, have y'all put in the permit for that?
No.
No. We
It's
can
on
send
the
that
agenda. It's on the
approve that tonight?
No.
Or can we vote on it tonight?
Yeah, I'm going to motion that we approve all the permits for the American Legion concert series.
We're still in citizens' concern. Let's hang out until we get into our business section, please. Any more citizens who have anything to say? Mr. Woody?
I would just like to give you some information so that you know everything. I talked with business owners on the square, made it a point to go and visit each one of them that I could. I wasn't able to get with Miss Kirby because she has a family issue going on. Her father passed away. I'm very sorry for that. But I did talk to several of the other business owners. A business that closes at 6, street closure does not affect them. A business that closes at 7, after that it doesn't affect them. A business that closes at 8, it does not affect them. The only, hashtag Holly stays open till 7. The only business that's open till 8 is JC Kitchens. I talked with Christy, and and I also talked with the candy bar owner, Melissa, and I made the offer for them to come down to the courthouse if they wanted to set up, and they could do that if it would help their businesses. And the veterans have no problem. I've talked with a couple of them, and they said there was no problem for them to set up there during the event as well. So, and they're on the courthouse grounds, so there's no permitting or anything that's needed for that. But I just kind of wanted you to know how it affects the businesses in downtown. And after they're closed, it really has no net effect. The movie night that we're going to do with the Drug Coalition, Drug Prevention Coalition, they won't start until dark. I suspect all the businesses will be closed. So the only person that could possibly affect, and I've talked with John about this, is the hotel, and that would be guests that were coming in and maybe they were arriving late. That's the only net effect that you have. No one on between 2nd and 3rd is open after I think 4 or 5 o'clock, unless you have an attorney working late. Many of those folks, the attorneys have rear entrances and they park back there. So really, what happens on the street in the front doesn't affect them. So the effect, a negative effect on the business should be minimal after a certain time of day. So if we're allowed to do street closures, we can make sure that we did the street closures after those businesses are closed so that we did not have a negative effect on them. The only one that told me that had and I'm going to name a name, one of the businesses told me that a street closure does have a negative effect on them, and we're going to try to minimize that. They all said that Walton Days was their biggest sales day of the year. When we closed the street down for that, we closed it all the way from 2nd to Ward, all the way down to Spring Street on 3rd and Water Street on 3rd, and we bring quite a crowd in there. And every year so far, that has been their biggest sales day of the year without any exception. They all say that. So I would strongly urge you to approve the street closure for Walton Days, which is in September. And as far as the concert series, I know it's a little short in time, but I think if we kind of work together and figure these things out, we can make I know it's impossible to make everybody happy, but we can make almost everybody happy when we do this. And so I just wanted you guys to have that information that I had when we polled the businesses.
I'd like to ask Mr. Woodard a question. On your permits, you put your specific times that you request to be closed on your permits?
Yes, I do. Like, for instance, Walton Days, I would like to close it down at 7 or 8 on Friday so that the vendors can start setting up, and then leave it closed until Sunday in the morning so that we can make sure the street is clear, just as a safety issue. I can speak to that safety issue probably better than anybody. I was hit on Main Street after an event and had to be life flighted to Vanderbilt. And so I can tell you, I'm pretty, I think street closure is a good thing, and keeping it closed until everybody's clear. Because the young lady, believe it or not, she was from New Hampshire, and she knocked me about 30 feet, and thanks to the good Lord, I'm still here. So there is a safety issue. People are driving on the streets, and they're trying to do the best they can. And let me tell you another thing. I do need to make this. Good people make mistakes. Good people do some things that probably, in retrospect, they wouldn't do. And everybody talks about how the street closure was the last week. Well, there was a lot of good people doing the best they knew how to do, and they made some mistakes. And I think we need to be a little forgiving, because anybody in here without sin, cast the first stone.
Yes, sir, do you have a...
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Is alcohol permitted at these?
We do not have alcohol at any of our events. The only, any of the events that the Chamber of Commerce puts on, we do not have alcohol. None of the veterans events have alcohol involved in it. None of the movie events have alcohol in it. So if I come up here and I submit a permit, there is no alcohol involved in that event.
Is everyone told that's policy? I know on the courthouse line.
I just presume that people know that. I've never really.
If somebody's coming in there drinking, we would ask them to leave.
Okay. That's my concern, is about the drinking.
But yeah, none of our events are, the one thing I've learned in life, if you have alcohol, you offend some people. If you don't have it, you usually don't offend anybody. So it's best to just not have it. And so that's what we do. If somebody wants to have an event that has alcohol in it, then that brings a whole nother discussion into it. And that's never really been discussed in any of our chamber committee meetings or any of the things that we've done.
May I suggest, because we've had some great discussion, we've moved this agenda item up anyway, could we get through all the reports here, and then we'll be able to actually officially talk about this item, if that's okay with y'all?
Point of order. We're still in citizens discussion. Again, mayor and council members are interjecting, and if we're going to do that, it's fine, but we said we weren't going to do that. And so I've had a million questions. Now I brought it up. Let's hear from everybody else. Again, fine, but I'd like to keep it with citizens' concerns right now, and then let us discuss it, and if we're gonna do this across the board, let's do it across the board.
Are there any other comments from citizens that you'd like to make at this point?
I just need a clarification, if you don't mind. And I'm sorry to take up y'all's time, but I've been to these concert events, and the safety issue is just so big to me right now. Councilman Petty stated a little bit ago that he believed in the ordinance, that there is a deal that says that she can make an emergency decision on this.
That was my memory of it, but that's been 2.5 years. I know it was subdivision anyway.
So my question will be, is that the case?
No, it's not. Let me
Okay.
explain to you, if you don't mind.
No, that's fine. That's why I want clarification on what he said. That's why I'm asking.
Because there's confusion. Up until the fall of 2019, you could apply for one of these special events. It would come to the mayor, it would come to the chief of police. We would discuss all the pros and cons, and pretty much could say, go ahead, do it or don't do it, depending on that. In the fall of 2019, the council at the time, and I believe Mr. Evil was the one who made the motion, to have a special event permit that only the council could vote on. You take the mayor and you take the chief of police out of the equation, the council as a whole would vote on it. So no, we can't now. Up until that point, yes, it was pretty much the mayor, the city recorder, the police, the EMA, who just kind of said, does this make sense? Is it conflicting with anything? But at this point, no. Since this was passed, I do have a function because I have to uphold the laws of the city. I took an oath to, as we all did. So once this has become a law, which is now this law right here, and I think I sent copies to.
So then as a citizen, then I would maybe suggest that that ordinance needs to be re-looked at. My understanding is with the planning of this summer concert series, it happened very quickly. So therefore, there probably wasn't time for them to even get the permit for the first concert that they had in that 60-day period.
There was no application made for it.
But
if we had made an application,
okay, but the ordinance says that it has to be made 60 days prior to the event, so they didn't have that opportunity to have that 60 days.
But they still could have applied, and Mr. Woodard.
Mayor, may I?
Excuse me just a second. Mr. Woodard has applied in the past for different events.
Okay,
So there is that.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, the event got scheduled quickly. So according to the ordinance, they have to apply with it 60 days prior to an event. They didn't have that opportunity, so maybe that ordinance needs to be looked at and maybe changed or amended to where you can do an emergency call of a council to make a vote on a quickly planned event or something, you know what I'm saying? Or change the ordinance to where either the mayor or the vice mayor have the opportunity to say, okay, here's this event that's happening Saturday, next Saturday, can we close out the street? Yes. And you see, maybe that needs to be addressed by the city council.
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Okay. I think we just stick with, or like you said,
Mayor, he asked a question, you were able to respond, they've been able to respond. May I respond
Go
once?
ahead.
I appreciate it. Mr. Grover?
Yes, sir.
The reason that was made, the reason we did that, we had 3 council members, on top of myself, we voted for that to happen, is because we had a charity event that was happening. And the charity event was being threatened to be shut down single-handedly by a single person. And we wanted to take that power away from that person and put it to the council. What's happened with this, it's called playing politics. It's what we watch in Washington, D.C. and on the news all the time. It's called playing politics. It's called flipping around the situation to get at someone. I'm going to go ahead and just clarify this, council. This is not my event. I've been a member of the American Legion long before I was a citizen of Carthage. These are my brothers. That's just how that goes. And I understand y'all have problems with me. Fine, have problems with me. Have problems with me. They have nothing to do with this. My companies, all we did was donate money. And literally, I've done nothing but work to make this happen. This is part of Bill Woodard with Chamber of Commerce been helping us. This has nothing to do with me. So you all voting for this to happen doesn't affect me one way or the other. It affects my brothers, okay? So if y'all don't mind just keeping me out of it, it has nothing to do with me.
Okay, I think we all are in agreement. We all care about our veterans. I was a Girl Scout delegate. Come on. I mean, the American Legion has been part of my life, all of my life. We all care about the veterans. There's not one of us that doesn't. It's not about that. if a law is created, we have to do by that law. If you want to change the law, change it. But as long as that's the law, and I don't uphold that law, I'm remiss as a mayor. I took an oath to uphold the law. And all we're saying is, please just get in these applications so we can even consider it. We had no idea, none of us did, that this thing was even taking place. I'd asked around because there were rumblings about something, but the board of directors of chamber didn't know it. We didn't know it. So all I'm saying is, if this will...
May I speak to something?
It's up to the council, of course, but could I just suggest that we discuss the motion with respect to this item?
What was the original motion?
Well, there was original motion just to move it up to now.
Okay.
And then you made a motion, and then I think got seconded to vote to approve the permits that had been submitted, but we haven't had discussion on that. So again, I'm just trying to clarify where we are in the process.
Was there a second? I don't believe there was a second. I was working on a motion, but it wasn't, but I guess the proper way to do this, if we want to do this properly, is I would motion that we go ahead, if there's no other citizens' concerns, we end the citizens' concerns part and get back to, let's bring back Robert's Rules of Order and the suspension.
Yeah, I would like to put it back to the mayor that, again, she's the chair of this meeting, she can end citizens' concern, and then she can acknowledge someone to recognize someone to make a motion.
We have finished citizens' concern. Does someone want to make a motion to move this agenda item up to right now?
That motion's already been made and seconded, so we need to vote on that motion.
Excuse me, sir.
We're going to vote on that motion before we go any further.
Is there any discussion, further discussion on that? Okay, all in favor of moving the agenda item up to present to consider this? Yes, sir.
Aye.
Okay. Here's unanimous.
All right, motion to approve all of these concerts that have been, all these different events that have been.
Maybe we at least read what these are, so we know if there's some other things in here also.
First of all, if Cole, if you would wait until you're recognized, and the mayor, once a motion is made, if you would not interrupt until the motion is completed, restate the motion, see if he gets a second.
Mayor, may I be recognized to make a motion?
Yes, sir. Please make a motion.
And in this motion, you can read this afterwards. The mayor will read the events that will happen. And the motion is to approve these events for, and I don't even mind if we need to do this now too, and we include the Drug Coalition events too. I don't mind if we need to.
It's in there.
That's in there as well. Okay. The American Legion events, the Drug Coalition events on the square, motion to approve those, have the streets shut down for them during those approved times, which the mayor will read off and during discussion.
Yes, sir. Is that a second?
Do you care if I make an amendment to that?
If you can second it and then make your amendment.
Second.
Okay.
I'd like to make an amendment to that. Why don't we emergency approve the ones up until the 60-day process, and then we get back on our ordinance and do it the same way. We're going to approve them, but we'll just do it that we're not doing a blanket approval. That way we don't get someone to come here and say, here's 100 days of closing the roads and they want an emergency hearing. Is that fair?
That's fine, I'll second that.
Yes. Okay.
Good. Suggestion on the 60 days, go ahead and approve the ones that follow that 60-day period.
So,
And then the ones after that, stay on the 60 days, so we change that.
Let's make this easier. I'll withdraw my motion, if that's okay. I'm going to withdraw the motion. I'm going to make two motions here. The first motion we're going to make is to approve all events within the 60-day period, immediately, effective immediately.
Right, and then deal with the other ones later.
That was my amendment.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make it easier.
I second that.
It does, thank you.
So the amendment is to approve the ones
no
that
vote.
up at the only group.
It's just a single motion to make this easier on Danielle.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah. That we,
Councilman Earl made a motion to approve all events that are within the 60-day period, and then follow up afterwards. Is that accurate, Cole?
that's correct. Yes. For the emergency for just the 60 days right now. The events that fall in that 60 days. To be read out by the mayor during the session.
And then we have a second.
Any discussion? Yes, sir.
There were two businesses that contacted me that said that they closed, I believe it's 7 o'clock, and they asked if it could be moved to 6:30. The initial shutting down of the street. That would be my only, it says 6 as of right now, right? Is that
No,
correct?
the street shuts down at 5. That doesn't.
What time is it?
May I clarify?
Please.
Different events start and close at different times because of the nature of what they are. And 6 o'clock is a general rule, but the concert series can close it very easily at 7, close the street. That wouldn't be a problem.
Is that okay?
And the movie night, it won't start until dark. In the summer, that's like 8 o'clock.
Okay, with respect to the veterans at 7 o'clock, would that be an okay compromise or no?
There's nothing in front of it, if you circumvent the square, sorry, Madam Mayor,
Would you like to comment?
I'm supposed to come up here.
I guess we need a motion to suspend the rules if we're doing that to allow.
If he can.
Do you want to, excuse me? No, that's okay. I have a motion to suspend the rules.
Motion to suspend the rules to allow Mr. Henry to speak on behalf of American Legion.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, let's vote. It takes a 2/3 vote. All in favor, suspend. Okay.
Who's seconded that? I believe it's Councilman Bailey. Is that right?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is John Henry. I'm way out in the woods in 140 Cases Bend Lane, so not in the city of Carthage. First of all, thank you, Mr. Woodard, and those that helped put the concert series together with the grants. So far, we've done very well. We doubled the attendance at the concert from 2 weeks ago until this last week, so we appreciate that. In no way did we ever mean to violate any type of ordinance of any type. That's not what we do. What we did do was, when the concert series was put on, we did our best to follow rules. We found out we're supposed to get permission to close the streets, and we took remedial action then. But with this happening, 60 days puts us pretty much at the end of our concert series. So it was a big thing for us. All we were looking at when this was happening and the road was open was obviously number one, safety. Number two was, we all know every law and whatever it may be can be waived. 60 days can be waived down to the next council meeting. Because by no means do we want to close the street down without the council and our mayor, you all know it's going to be closed down. All we're saying to close down is that one little strip there, and we'll set veterans on either end. I even told Madam Mayor that we would post people out there if we couldn't close the streets, to keep people from being injured. It's just that simple strip that we would close down here. There are no businesses in that strip. Walton Hotel's on the end, you circumvent, go right around it, Candy Corner, all that stuff. There's nothing, there's no businesses that are open at 1800, I'm sorry, 6 p.m. There's nothing that is open. So by no means are we trying to be derelict in following any rules or regulations. We're just grateful that we're able to be on the historic steps, have a concert where about 200-something World War II veterans stood before they shipped off to World War II. Those are the top historical things, and that's why we have it on the historical landmark as that. And we appreciate the time and attention you all give us and the representatives up here that have given us. Again, the grants that bring the bands in, we doubled. We expect to grow much larger. But we will not do anything if it compromises safety and really the safety of the citizens here in the city. I'm grateful you all heard me. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we're going to hopefully move forward with the motion to address this. Is that correct?
We're still in discussion. May I be recognized?
Well, hold on just one second. Would you read the motion one more time so we all know what we're discussing, because there's been a lot of crosstalk.
Councilman Evo made a motion to emergency approve the events that's within that 60-day window and to be read aloud by you and Councilman Babcock.
And then I believe they were going to address the rest of the regular time period. Is that what it was? The 60 days first that we're going to address.
We're addressing 60 days, and we're in discussion right now. And
Okay, was that not an amendment? Did I miss that?
No, he withdrew.
He withdrew.
Okay, all right.
May I be recognized?
So yes, sir.
To rebuttal your two businesses, can you state those two businesses?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll state the businesses that are in support of keeping it open. The Candy Bar, Eagles Tavern, Cozy Cabin, Cumberland Cannabis, Stephanie McCaleb,
Those are the 5 that I know. The upcoming Rockabilly Cafe, that's 6, okay? Again, 2 of those businesses are on 3rd Avenue and are somewhat affected in a positive way. I'll also address that I've called each and every one of these businesses. There was only 2 businesses that did not listen to me. I'm gonna take a guess that wants to remain anonymous. And if you wanna close down the street and be quiet and secret about it, that's fine, be secret about it. But I've gone ahead and stated who wants to open it. And every single one of them said that business was excellent during all the road closure times. There's only one time that the road closures happened where business took a nosedive, and we had a music video about a desolate town that was shot that hurt a lot of businesses. And that was the only time that it really hurt businesses. And that was a full day where businesses were not allowed to open because of that. So I'm just going to state those facts out there.
Can I say something? Billy Wood, this is for, could it be possible, when like events like this be happening, to accommodate the other businesses downtown, that we have kind of a time to start these events, like 6 o'clock or whatever it may be.
And I personally,
and just keep it that way we won't have to go through all this again. As far as, and then the public will know, the business owners will know what time to close, or how to do their schedule. Like hashtag Hollies, for instance, I think she might be open sometimes till a little bit later. That way we'll know, they'll know ahead of time, and they're not bombarded by not having business. They can close earlier or whatever, make arrangements.
I don't know if you want me to speak or not. Traditionally, I have went to the businesses and told them.
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
I'm sure. I'd like to add something to the amendment, motion, if possible. Here we go again. Is that we waive the fees for these permits?
I'll second that.
Due to it being a terrible event and the veterans.
Both organizations.
Is this all the?
It's still on the amendment, on the motion.
That's always.
We haven't got off that one
So
yet.
the motion has been amended to waive the fees for all the charitable events
That they're putting, the American Legion's putting on, yes, for these, the permits.
And also the Drug Coalition as well.
And the Drug Coalition also, yes.
Is that the next event?
It's coming up pretty quick. It's in May.
We'll be through with them.
The motion and a second to amend the current motion to waive the fees.
Any further discussion on the amendment to the motion? All in favor of the amendment to waive the fees for these events? Say aye, please.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now we go back to the original motion. Yes, sir.
Okay, just my second round on discussion on this too. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Woodard, the point of closing down these streets in any kind of economical sense and study anywhere you will read is more pedestrian traffic equals more business. And the other side effect of this is supposed to be bringing more business downtown, which again is reflective of everything we've done. So we want the businesses, the whole point is the businesses should be doing good. This is a chamber event, and what does the chamber do, Bill?
We try to promote business.
That's exactly right.
What I said earlier.
All right, any further discussion on that?
Okay, I don't know that what I brought up was ever dealt with, but those business, of course, I don't have a business on the square, so it's not my fault, but they did contact me and asked me if it could be moved to 6:30, and that's all I asked. And out of respect to the veterans too, I said, I'd like to know if that would be okay in their mind to do 6:30 instead of 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock?
6:30?
What were you saying?
Would 6:30 be okay to start the closure? With the majority, or at least the...
As I stated, I don't think any of the businesses that we're talking about, the road's not shut down in front of the businesses. The law offices are all closed.
I understand.
Yep, so, I mean, we can
The
get...
music actually starts at 5 o'clock. With the startup band, and then the other band starts at 7.
6
and 7. Yeah, 6 and 7. So you got an hour there where people are just plug them in, whatever.
It's literally only 3 hours every 2 weeks, but we'll take 2.5 hours every 2 weeks if we can get it.
Well, the only, if I may interject here, the only problem with changing it.
No, you do have to have suspension of rules.
Oh, they already did that.
I'd like to finish.
He has the floor at the moment, excuse me. Well, just to understand, this is only for the council.
No, they suspended the rules earlier.
No, so Councilman Peters, this is your time to talk and technically to have input. Now, again, it makes sense, but technically have input, we need to suspend the rules to allow that going forward.
So my point is, I'm not asking that the event be lowered in time, but just the road closure start at 6:30
Would you like
rather
to
than
make
6.
it to amendments? A motion to the motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we start road closures for the concert series at 6:30 rather than 6.
Second.
Okay. All right, any discussion on that?
Yes, again, may I be recognized for
Yes.
discussion?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to clarify that it starts at 6. Mr. Woodard, what time were the permits applied for? All right, that would actually be a question for you. Mayor, what time?
First of all, I believe that the person who made the motion gets to start the discussion.
Mayor, you would recognize me, I have the floor right now.
Okay.
If it's up to me, I yield to Councilman Eagle. If that makes any difference at all, please.
I guess my question would be for the mayor, what times did they put on there for the first 60 days? If you could read those, and that will help me with my discussion.
Are we going to go into reading?
That was part of the motion, yes.
The permits, what time
We're
were
on
they
it.
asking that the special events be?
All right.
Well, they can-
I mean, I don't think you have to read the whole permit,
No.
Just the time.
Well, there's,
just the ones within the next 60 days?
Just those ones, yes, sir.
no, this is, this is 2 to 9. What is this? Okay, this is. I don't know, there's several things on there. I don't see a time on here.
May I help?
It says from 3rd Avenue to Ward. What is that, Mr.?
The times are on there.
Second Avenue to 3rd Avenue, September 17th, 18th.
The Mayor,
I don't see
you're
how.
not required to go through each
No,
permit.
I don't
Again,
see
the
how.
motion is to amend it, to limit it to 6:30, and
Okay,
again,
the
the
motion-
council wants to look at the permits and part of the process again.
We're going to go through all of these anyway, don't we, to vote on.
And this is just going to be for the next.
So the motion is, the motion on the floor is, the amendment to the motion on the floor is to start the road blockage at 6:30. And then we have a second for that. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor, I was in the middle of my discussion point, and I had a question I didn't get answered, so if I could finish my discussion, that'd be awesome.
Okay, you want time?
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right. I'm not sure what Mr. Woodard applied for, but the band starts at 6 o'clock, and again, safety is the concern here. We're looking at safety. I would say 5:30 would be an appropriate time, and then as soon as it's over, I would say I don't see an issue with removing the cones. At 9 o'clock, am I correct on that? Or I'd say 9:15 to get everybody out of there. I think that's very viable. Safety is the paramount concern here. That is the number one concern here for a stretch of road that has 0 businesses open during that hour.
Okay.
So, and I don't want to direct it because that's fair, he was not allowed to do that either. So are we saying not 6:30 and not even 6, we're saying 30 minutes earlier, 5:30?
Well, your motion is,
I understand.
your amendment is 6:30, that's what we're voting on.
Okay.
So the amendment,
It wasn't an amendment, it was just a motion.
Motion for an amendment.
You would
I thought it was.
have to have an amendment in the middle
Yeah,
of the motion.
it's a motion to amend the current main motion that's on the floor.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules so I can ask one question.
Second.
Motion to suspend the rules, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Is there any way that y'all can move it back to that time instead of starting at 5:30? Can you start at 6:30 and later on in the evening, maybe?
We don't start till 6 anyway.
But what we're trying to do is the road closed, so you get set up, get everything done.
Again, sir, if we could just have whatever we can get. 9 o'clock, we shut down, because that's where we had the bands who were purchased on the grant.
They're paid in that time.
And so 9 o'clock, they go off stage.
So
and we
there's
start
no,
breaking down.
that's a set contract, basically. It's
Just,
just
yeah, right, so that's.
make a motion to go back to Robert's rules.
What, before he does that, can I interject please real quick? I'm part of the setup for this whole deal.
Excuse me, sir, they have to suspend the rules.
The rules were just suspended.
No, sir, excuse me. Specifically for you, if you want to speak out of citizens' concern, that was your opportunity. Do you want to suspend rules to allow Mr.
I'll make a motion to suspend and let one more comment be made.
All right.
Hold on. I'll just rescind my motion to go back to Robert's rules, and we ain't gotta go through another vote.
All
There we
right.
go.
All in favor of suspending the rules, Mr. Grover, speak.
We don't have to, we just thank, he's just.
Excuse me.
I rescinded my
All in favor,
motion,
please. Yes.
so we don't have to vote on it.
Okay.
It's still back, I
Still
rescinded
on.
the motion to go back to Robert's rules.
Yes, but you still have to suspend the rules. if you
Well,
want
he has
to.
withdrawn his motion,
Withdrew his
back to
motion.
Robert, so we're still under the original suspension.
It's a fun learning experience.
Mr. Grover, go ahead.
Yes, sir, thank you, okay. So I am part of the setup of this whole event. I run the sound and light show for this event, okay? I am there every 2 weeks when the shows happen. I get there at 3:30 in the afternoon to start setting up the equipment. The veterans are there before I get there, setting up the stage and getting everything ready for the event. So from that point on, we have musicians coming in, and people start showing up about 5 o'clock. I understand your concern with the businesses that have talked to you, but the only reason why I say it would not be good to put that road closure until 6:30, because people start getting there at 5:30. Band members, they're bringing in equipment, they have to come up into the area with their vehicles to get their equipment up to the stage. Then you have spectators start showing up to watch the event, and, you know, people bringing chairs. So I just feel 6:30, you can't go past 9 o'clock because of the contract that they already have with all the bands that are, and the bands are signed up through the end of the 6-month time period, so that's all set. So to make it later, plus I believe there's a 10 o'clock noise ordinance for the city anyway, so to go to 6:30 and road closure, I just think is, again, back to a safety issue, because there's so many people coming in and out with equipment. You got bands that have got 5, 6 members. You know, there's just so much going on the entire afternoon leading up to that 6 o'clock start time. It's not just a come in at 5 till 6, set up and play. So that's my only concern with changing the road closure to 6:30.
Yes, sir.
Are we talking about purely closing Main Street from 2nd Avenue to 3rd Avenue?
Yes, that's correct.
And what businesses through there are open?
None.
Zero.
So I don't see how even moving back to 5:30 or 5 is affecting any of the businesses.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm hearing a lot of good talk tonight and a lot of good compromise, and so I'd like for us to continue to do whatever we can to have a win-win situation with our concert series, with our downtown folks, and with our business owners. I think we need to balance that with some compromise. So I agree that we need to compromise and take care of the businesses as well as the American Legion. I'm for both, and I always teach my kids at the spot, let's find a win-win. So I really believe that we each group needs to compromise a little bit, and it sounds like everybody's willing to.
So we're back to the motion. To amend the.
Make a motion to go back to Robert's rules.
Second.
Aye.
To the, we're back to the amendment to the motion, 6:30.
That's what I was asked to do, that's what I'm going to have.
Okay.
We'll see what the council says.
So is there any further discussion? Can we take a vote on this, please?
I'd like to ask one clarification. That's just shutting the road down, that's not the concert series starting.
Of course not.
Exactly.
That's what I want to make sure.
Okay. All in favor of shutting down the roads no earlier than 6:30, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
For these, for any of these concert series?
No.
My understanding is this is just applying to the next 60 days.
Next 60
Not the
days.
entirety, but until we're able to.
Okay, until you, okay, for the next 60 days. All in favor, please. could be.
Can you clarify the motion?
This is the motion to amend, and Danielle, correct me if I mistake this, but this is the motion to amend to limit the permit approvals for the events over the next 60 days to start at no earlier than 6:30. So then we'll have to get, if that passes, we'll go back to the motion to approve those events.
Okay. Any further discussion? Yes, sir.
Again, the road closures to start at 6:30, not concert series, not pushing them back.
Again, we're making.
Excuse me, sir, can we have a, hold on. Is any further discussion among the people who haven't had a chance to reject? How many times have we ever, I believe we've had 3 times each. Go one more time, please.
Again, we are making a decision to close the road at 6:30 instead of what's requested at 5:30 by a mysterious person whose business is being affected, who won't say that their business is being affected, while we have many other businesses who are very much in support of it. And we're going to rule on this mystery person on affecting an entire concert series, including contracts with other people and everything else. And so if we want to make resolutions based on mystery people, go right ahead and vote against this.
If I may, and I don't know how many times I've spoken, I'm just talking back to that. If I'm not mistaken, I'm asking for 6:30 in lieu of 6 o'clock, not 6:30 in lieu of 5:30, which was just said. I'm not asking for an hour, I'm asking for 30 minutes. As a compromise, that's what I'm asking for. I just want to be
All
clear.
right, the motion amendment is on the floor. Any further discussion? Then let's vote, please. All in favor of the 6:30 closure? Did you have something?
Yeah, I had something. I talked to one of the guys back there. What were you all okay with?
6 o'clock, sir, is what the permit said. 6 o'clock is what we asked for,
I guess
but,
we have to suspend the rules. I'm
I mean,
sorry.
we'll do what we're told.
I'm sorry. Okay, we're on the vote now. All in favor of the road closure at 6:30, say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed? We'll call vote.
Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Knappel.
Yes.
Councilman Babcock.
Yes.
Councilman Evil.
No.
Councilman Peters.
Yes.
Councilman Petty.
No.
Vice Mayor Reese.
Me? No.
No. You have a tie.
So it just doesn't pass.
Unless you, unless you vote for it.
It's just, we're going to go on, it doesn't pass. Now let's go to the main motion. We're going to...
Did it pass or fail?
Failed.
Fail.
The main motion is to consider these applications that would be within the next 60-day window for which they have to apply. And then after that, we'll consider them individually.
And to waive the application fee for those
And
events.
to waive the application fees. Any further discussion on that? All right, all in favor? Please, let's have a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Knappel.
Yes.
Councilman Babcock.
Yes.
Councilman Evil.
Yes.
Councilman Peters.
Yes.
Councilman Petty.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reese.
Yes.
So now do we read
Yeah.
the ones?
Second motion. Oh, Mayor, may I make a motion?
Hold on just a second. Do we need to go ahead and read the first 60 days?
I think that motion, in my opinion, has been approved. The ones that have been submitted that are for the next 60 days are approved. And then the others will come back on the council agenda for the next
Do
meeting.
we need to know if anything is conflicting with anything else on here? Does it matter?
They've been approved and.
Point of inquiry. We approved them for 60 days, the next council meeting for 30 days. That gives us a 30-day block window between, so I would motion that we go ahead and approve, that was my point of inquiry. Am I correct on that?
I'm not sure I understood.
So we approved it for 60 days out. So if we approve in 30 more days, we've only got 30 days left. And so there's going to be 30 days in between the 30 days at the end. Does that make sense?
No.
Nobody following? Okay.
I see what you're saying about, I'm sorry, but I think we can do it next
Yeah,
meeting.
you can still do
Just like
the
the
meeting.
Okay, and it'll be okay.
Yeah, those will be
advanced notice.
Those will be.
All right. I apologize. I'm wrong. We covered the my planning board.
Okay, so we're now going back to the main business here, which is going back to the reports here. Okay, let's go back to the regular order of business, please. We go back to the mayor's report. We're moving along with the city pool. They've done a major demolition out there. They're in the process of, we can add more to this when Les has his report, but they're moving quite forward quite quickly. The Boy Scout Dog Park is moving forward. They may be able to start work on that next week. It all comes together. The walking trail is moving along. We'll hear more about that with the engineer's report. And we had great success at the city park with the Market Fest. We had 21 vendors. We had 4 or 5 different bluegrass bands. Everybody had a great time. A lot of people sold out completely, so we are hoping to do a couple more of those to enhance our city park. That's my report. Attorney Moore, do you have anything to say?
I don't have a report, and I'll answer any questions.
Okay. Madam Recorder, do you have any?
I don't have anything right now.
Chief Davis, do you have anything? Chief Davis. Do you have anything to report, Chief Davis?
I do not, other than a monthly report y'all have in front of you. If you have any questions for me, please.
Public Works, Les, do you want to?
They're coming along with the boom, like the mayor said. They found a bunch of leaks in that thing. I mean, a bunch. But they're doing a good job. And hopefully they open enough time to.
Have they started on the filter system too, or?
That's what they're waiting for the filters. The filters ain't got in yet. They've been on back order. They got the filter for the baby food. Okay. But they ain't the big food yet.
Can I ask a question? Okay. The ballpark, we had the flood before, had some people ask me about, there's some holes down there around the dugout or whatever, I'm not sure, I didn't get down there and look at it myself. But quite concerned about people going down there, older people might be falling in some, tripping in some of the holes. But it's been washed away, I think, in that last flood that we had.
Where the play table and stuff at?
Out there around the ball field area.
I'll look and see.
Yeah, just, if you don't mind, check on that.
Is Derek here?
No, he's not here. As far as I know, everything's all right. I think that's all right for him.
Russ,
No, ma'am, no formal report. Everything is the plant's running as it should, but I'm here to answer any questions that the council might have.
Okay. This is for the water tank. Thank you. Mr. Steve? Oh, there you are. Okay.
I don't have anything to report unless they have a question.
Chief Hyatt?
Yes, ma'am. I do have a couple items that I need to ask the council about. One you've already addressed in the existing bills, and that's a $7,500 expense for a thermal imaging camera replacement for an 18-year-old unit. That's already been addressed. I'd like to have council approval so that I can proceed with an upgrade for engine 11. That's the newest truck we have. It's 11 years old. I need to spend $5,116.73 estimated for upgrades on it. Also, and it's in the budget, by the way, $8,802 plus shipping or freight for hose and nozzles, also in the budget. And the only other thing that I don't have in the budget, you don't have a written report from me for about the 4th month in a row because I can't access the free software. There's something called ESO Station Manager software. I've evaluated all of them that I can find. This is not the cheapest, and I believe it to be the best purchase. I don't have a line item in my budget, but I've got enough money in my budget to pay for it. $2,359 initial. It'll be about $1,615 roughly annually after that, so that I can generate reports and give y'all a written report every month. It'll also allow me to track our training hours that I'm currently doing on an Excel worksheet, which is a pain in the table, to be honest with y'all. Those are the items I would like y'all to present and hopefully approve. And we had 33 calls, best I can tell, in April.
Okay. Councilman, anything?
That report's gonna help our rating, right? So we keep maintaining it, that way you can report it to the
Yes,
state,
sir.
correct?
Well, that part of that, the training is a big item in our ISO rating.
Which helps all citizens here with lower homeowners insurance and stuff like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to,
Can I ask him a question first? Just so I write all that stuff down, upgrade to engine 11 would be how much?
Engine 11, an estimate of $5,116.73. The reason I don't have a firm price on that, it involves labor.
Okay.
And that's an estimate. He thinks he's estimated high. Hopefully we'll come in under that. But those are some things we've needed for a couple of years now. We're past needing with performance about half of it.
And then the software, initial $2,359, and did you say $1,500?
$2,359.
23 strike. And
First time, there's a $705 setup fee. That's a one-time fee.
Okay.
And then annually, it's
Included?
roughly $1,650.
I'm sorry, $750.
$705 setup fee.
Included in the $2,359?
That's included.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then the $1,500?
The annual is $1,650.
$1,650 annual. Okay.
Roughly. I don't
Thank you.
have an exact, maybe $1,659, but it's under $2,000.
Motion to, or you raise your hand, I'm sorry.
I did, but go ahead,
We
Cole.
had a motion.
Well, I was gonna motion to approve.
Okay, motion to approve.
That's what I was gonna do, so I'll second it.
Okay. Discussion, do you want to start the discussion since you made the
No,
motion?
I'll let Cole start.
If you don't mind me, I was gonna ask you if you don't mind rescinding that motion, just, I think we would probably need to approve the ones that are in the budget, and then on the second one, we'll have to do a budget amendment.
Well,
So
I
if you
think
don't
you
mind
said he
rescinding.
had budget funds available.
I do have budget funds available.
So those,
Except for the software, right?
Excuse me, CMFO finance person.
Since we weren't able to get the grants and so forth, there's about $900,000 that's already in capital outlays, it's already been approved, and it's in our comptroller approved budget. We'll cover whatever the chief has asked for here.
So I'm sorry, which
so
grants
we
are
don't
you
need
referring
to,
to?
okay.
We've got $900,000 in our budget that we haven't expended, that we're able to fund what he's asked for.
So you don't feel we need a budget amendment at all?
I do not.
Okay.
That one could be impacted if we do the grant, you're saying? Okay.
I've got the money in the budget without that.
Got a motion and a second.
Yep.
Motion second, any further discussion on that? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, council. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Scott, our finance report.
I think Danielle has a written report to give to you, but while it's going out, I'll just kind of highlight some things. Still working on getting the accounting records for the general fund up to the, what are called Governmental Accounting Standards Board's requirements. That's for the general fund, and then the water sewer fund, we're getting to moving towards generally accepted accounting principles and getting all that put into a monthly basis. You have a tentative current cash balance report as of April 30th, which reports where we're at as far as the cash. I'll just call you to read that paragraph and understand that there are long-term liabilities that we haven't discussed in my experience. We already got currently budgeted projects out there, and then we're working on getting operating reserves for unknown circumstances, and then building a planned reserve for 3, 5, and 7 years. So we're taking input from the supervisors about trying to put down an infrastructure up through 7 years so that we know kind of what we're looking at in the long term. You have the statement of revenues and expenditures with the budget progress. If you got any questions, if you would write them down. I'll give you a written answer in detail, and I'll give a copy to each council member. The budget status for FY 21-22, we've met with the department leaders, gotten all the detail for them, had a meeting with the mayor, and put those together. So when we get ready for the workshops, you will have all that information and can ask the supervisors and the mayor whatever questions you have. That would be one of the things that needs to be decided is when those workshops are going to occur, Mayor. We have several different grants possibilities that are out there. May 11th, we're going to a state-sponsored event that will kind of hopefully give us some idea of exactly what we have, because there's been all kinds of numbers out there that we don't know yet. Councilman Knoppel asked me last month about information about health insurance coverage for long-term retirees, 25 to 30 years of service. I can give you a brief synopsis. I got all the detail if you need it, Madam. But you got to be age 55 or older. You have to be receiving the TCRS retirement system, and you can't have done a lump sum distribution. You got to have served at least 10 years, and based on my calculations with our current plan, per retiree, you'd be looking at probably $800 to $8,500 per person. So just be aware, if you make that available and you had 10 persons that retired meeting the criteria, we would fund it at that amount. So it could be expensive, but that's up to you guys.
Okay. Madam, can I speak? 8,500 per year?
Yes, ma'am. Per employee.
Per employee per year?
Yes, ma'am. Under the present, today's health insurance rates.
Okay, thank you.
I got a question on the grants. I got a question. On the contributions like Chamber of Commerce, Heritage Museum, Humane Society, Senior Citizens, all that group there, have they all claimed that money?
No,
there was
sir.
a time that I think the Humane Society did not know about it, that they had that money available. I think they went back and got it, I think.
The ones that have been paid are all the ones that have submitted the Tennessee Code annotated required documents.
Yeah.
Everybody has been notified. Some haven't replied just yet. It's in the budget. We've got to have those documents in order to fulfill the law.
So they're aware that they can get this. That's what I'm saying.
I think he's saying there are certain criteria that the comptroller requires to meet in order to use public funds to give to it. Some of them maybe haven't met this criteria, as you have anyway. Yes, sir.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to move item number 5 in new business to the next order of business so that Ms. Woodard can come up and talk us and get on out.
Item number 5 in new business. Okay. I have a motion to move item number 5 to the current next item, well, after grant reports.
Second.
I'm sorry, after grant reports or before grant reports?
After grant reports is fine.
Okay, after grant reports. Second, any discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we're going to move that. Okay. All right. Scott, anything else you want to add? Scott?
No,
Is there
ma'am,
anything else?
I'm finished unless there's no further questions.
Okay. We'll go to grant reports now. Mr. Evan White is here as the engineer for the walking track grant. And would you like to speak to that, and also the fire hall that we tried to get out?
I'll try to tackle everything. I'll try to be quick. The walking track, they're still going back and forth with RTP, TDEC to get the contract. Every I dotted and every T cross that they like. So we still hadn't been released to start construction. We've got a contractor jumping the bids ready to go. So we're waiting on that. It's between the administrator, us, and ECD trying to battle that. So it's more of a software, I guess, is what you consider when you that. It's the way you got to submit everything. They've got a program, you have to submit it through a program. You can't just email it. So it's a learning curve for everybody. And then they got 7 days to come back and tell you that you done it wrong, to try it again. So that's
kind of challenge.
That's kind of what we're challenged with, trying to get this thing going. The fire hall, we opened bids, maybe last week or the week before. No bidders showed up. I've talked to the ones that picked up plans. They're saying right now they're having a really difficult time getting suppliers to give them a number to put a bid in. 2 reasons: everybody's slammed. Number 2, prices of building materials is going up every day. So the steel supplier is saying it's going to be September before the pre-engineered metal building part could even be brought on site. So that's how many weeks they're out on production. I've talked to them. We've given them another month. We're going to take bids on June 1st. Everybody's telling me they will have figures in then to submit, then we can go from there on the fire hall. Their reason for not submitting a bid was they couldn't get their figures in time from suppliers. I'm going to address the retaining wall on 3rd so I can get out of here if y'all don't mind. The 3rd Avenue retaining wall, we've done the topo, we went down, we looked at it, we discussed some options. The retaining wall is the option. I've got 2 options to present. I would like feedback from the council as far as the 2 options. I want to design this thing one time. I can bid it with 2 options, but as far as a design set of drawings, I want to present one set. You can put a retaining wall 2 feet behind the curb right now that's down 3rd Avenue. That gives you enough room in case a car gets over right on the curb without tearing out a wall that's just up. So you can put they call them soldier pile walls. It's what you use. It's a vertical wall. It's drove down in piles and you put panels between it. You wouldn't use a traditional wall. The reason we couldn't go with a traditional concrete wall is you've got such a slope there that's falling off that you would have to dig all that out, temporarily provide shoring during construction with all those, with the cemetery right behind you. So we really don't want to get into that. Plus, if it comes a flood and you got all that open, you sure enough got a mess. So a soldier pile wall is an option. The other option, that's one option. That would be 11. Our calculation is a 10-foot wall at the maximum point. We can move 5 feet out into the now, I guess that's going to be west lane, headed down towards the river. You could take up 5 feet of that lane, have a 5-foot wall, and bring in fill material to put behind it. So you've got a less wall to put in, less expense there, but you're going to have an expense of bringing in fill material. If you can get it from someone for nothing, but still, the contractor's going to be paid to place it. You'd have to put in a curve down the road to divert the water when you realign the lane, in other words. Currently there's parallel parking on the westmost lane that could be, you'd have to eliminate that and make that a travel lane, which is if you go with that option. So that's the 2 options. We can put it 2 feet behind the curve now, have a taller wall. You may have, that'll be an expense because you're getting taller, of course. So I can't tell you what's going to be which one's gonna come in cheaper, I guess is my point.
Can we get bill of material for one of these that he's talking about? Do we
I don't think I can get what he's wanting though.
What kind of fill material would you need for
Well, it's
this?
gonna be soil, I mean, it's gonna be good soil.
Yeah.
Right now, you've got river bottom silty sands right now, so.
And he's talking about some good stuff, and I ain't got that.
Okay, all right. Yes, sir.
I'd like to motion that we do the soldier pile wall.
The 1 2 feet, both of them
Yeah.
soldier piles.
They're both
Just-
soldier piles.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
just
one,
one be a
two.
lot shorter than the other one.
Yeah, I think that'd be.
Which one?
The first one.
The tall one?
The one that's not taking up the lane of traffic.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Yeah, second.
That's good, I need direction, I was hoping y'all would give me direction.
All right, we have a motion and second. Any further discussion on that?
Or then we're gonna do it, that's what you said, that we go ahead and do that?
He's gonna draw the plans up.
He's gonna draw the plans.
I'm already in the process, I just really needed some guidance, because I didn't want to do it one way and then us come in and say,
So this would be a taller wall, is what we're saying?
it will be, yeah, it'll be 10 foot at the most.
How long is this wall?
The 10-foot wall is going to be somewhere around 200 to 240 feet long. The other wall would be, I haven't got all the calculations because I didn't want to do two designs. The other wall would be shorter in height, shorter in distance, but then you would be trying to regrade all that back on a stabilized slope. So it's a lot of grading. It's,
So if you use.
in my opinion, it'd be somewhat of a wash on which one would be cheaper, but there's no way to know it unless you, and it's hard to bid it without having two designs done, so.
If we do the 5 foot, what you're saying is we would take out that parallel parking on one side and use that, make up the difference this side.
You would, because you would now,
Still have
you would
the
now
same
be,
width road.
you would now be encroaching on an existing road.
How-
The width's there, you wouldn't be having to re-put up, you wouldn't have to be diverting the road. It's,
What is your estimate right now for?
I don't know, this is, the problem you have with a soldier pile wall is you have no local contractors that will be bidding it. You've got one that possibly could bid it, but he will be subbing it out to someone. Most of your soldier pile walls are in Nashville, so you're gonna have a contractor from out of town that will put these in. It takes specialized equipment, but you really don't have an option there to do another type of wall and not get out in the lane. We could get out in the lane and put a traditional concrete retaining wall also. It'd still be 5 foot tall, it'd be concrete. And the reason you could do that is because you wouldn't have to excavate nothing. You've got the area there to build it, to form it on top of the ground to build it, so. However you want.
Would there be any way we could see the two guesstimates of design, or just, I mean, you all understand kind of what he's saying?
Well, we have a motion and a second,
Okay.
we should
All right.
We should just vote on it.
Okay, let's just go ahead and vote. All in favor?
Aye.
And all opposed? Thank you.
Thank y'all.
All right, now we're going back to Miss Sally. We're going to move the pool hour situation up here. Do I have a motion of some kind?
You already
Motion for-
Pool hour?
No, just to have.
We made a motion to move it to the next
No, I
agenda
know,
item.
but do you want to make a motion about the discussion, or how would you like to?
Let's motion to hear what Sally has to say. Suspend the rules to, I guess we have to suspend the rules to hear what Sally has to say.
Do we need a second? Do we have a
Second.
second?
Second, all in favor, suspend the rules, please. Okay, Miss Sally, would you?
I'm just here to answer any questions you have about why the pool is ran the way it is. Suggestions for what y'all have. I've written down some notes, which maybe I can answer questions before you ever even ask them. I've been there since dirt begun, so,
Would you like to come over here?
I just-
Great.
you may, if you have questions, I will tell you what I have done for the last 20-some odd years and why. And then if you choose to do, I work for the city, so you want something to happen, then we'll make it happen if it's within state regulations. But the first thing we have to do is we have to open the front door. We have to be state regulated. Inspector has to come tell us that we can open. She don't call you ahead of time, you cannot open the door without it. So, just so Les does a water check probably 6:30 in the morning, every morning, before we open, so in case we need to add something or whatever, we can add it before swimmers get there and we fit the time span. I do at least one chemical check per day, sometimes two. The inspector, last year I think she came 4 times. She can come anytime she chooses, and we're good with that. She's great. We've never had a problem that we couldn't fix. Les can do it blindfolded and one arm behind his back, so we're good. I can only hire certified, state certified lifeguards. The class is about $250, and it's about a 38.5-hour lifeguard class. I don't hire anybody. There's no sense in me hiring somebody to run the concession stand. Lifeguards can mow, lifeguards can sell concessions, lifeguards can sign an admission sheet. So there's no sense in me doing that. So,
Can I ask you a question?
yes.
Is that okay?
Sure. Yes.
The $250, they're paying for
They
that?
pay that. When I was first hired, the city paid it.
Yeah.
Because, it was just, I sent it in after they were hired and after they went to work. But about 5 years ago or whatever, they chose not to do that.
Has that hurt anything in your opinion?
Well, I have had 4 or 5 kids that I paid their fee myself because they could not afford it. They were good kids, wanted to be a lifeguard, and I paid it myself. So not every parent can send it in. It's about a 38-hour course in order to do that. But that's,
Thank you for doing that.
I have to have 2 certified lifeguards on the chair with 1 swimmer. If I have 1 person inside the door, the lifeguards usually sit on the chair at 30-minute intervals. I give them 15 to 30 minutes, whatever they choose. I have to have a lifeguard standing there ready to go up when one's coming down. That's how it is. So I usually bring at least 3 lifeguards in per day. Weekends, most of the time I do 4 per day just because the crowd, and sometimes we only had 2 lifeguard chairs, and if I have X amount of, an abundance of swimmers, then I will post 3 instead of just 2. Let's see. But I usually bring at least 3 and sometimes 4.
Could I ask you a question?
Yes.
On your lifeguards, have you already got in mind if you're gonna have enough?
Yes, I will have enough. I will not ever not have enough.
The second question to that is, okay, we have talked about extending the hours into the fall. Will we have lifeguards available?
Yes, you would. I have 10 coming back from last year, and I have 5 new certifieds this year. 2 of them just took their class. Most of them are into sports or cheerleaders or whatever. There's not too many book readers that want to sit there in 100-degree sun on concrete. So, cheerleaders, basketball players, football players.
But that would be.
But I deal with their schedule, yes. And I've got 2 this time that are graduating high school, and they won't go to college till later on. So I'm good. But you get lifeguards. I went to the schools. You get lifeguards in December and January because the lifeguard classes start in February and March. This time they did 3 classes to get certified, and I went to all 3 of those. So we have lifeguards. I'm good on that.
2 questions.
Okay?
Does everybody this year, have they already been through the class?
Yes.
Everybody's done it?
Yes.
Did you pay for anybody this year?
Yeah, but that's okay. I'm good.
What's
No.
your question?
All right.
How many people did you pay for?
I just paid for 1. we rent the pool out, I open the pool
I think there's a
every,
question.
oh,
I think we can probably expedite this. What I would like to see is, you know the hours that the pool's open. I would like to see if you could just put a schedule together for us, maybe extend hours later in the evening and longer in the,
now, I have a counter to that, and I'll tell you why.
that's why you're here.
Okay, the pool is open 11 to 5. We rent the pool out from 5 to 8. I'm not anti having a parents' night, whatever, I just don't know when. I'm not gonna turn you in. I charge every person that comes in my door $5. When I started 29 years ago, it was $3. We're now $5. But if you're coming inside, you're my issue for that day. You're my customer. You're my responsibility. I'm liable for you, or the city's liable for you, and I don't bend the rules. If they bring a baby in a carrier, 9 times out of 10, the mom's gonna have baby in the water in 2 minutes after she gets there. So it's hard for me to say, grandma can't go over there, sit under there, so I just made it a rule, or the city made it a rule a long time ago, that if you're coming in my front door, you pay the fee to come in. Sunbathers, I mean, I love sunbathers, or whatever, but I'm just saying, I can't pick and choose, well, you charge me, but you didn't charge him. So if I charge everybody who walks in the door,
No, I just want to be after you get
right,
there.
okay.
I'm sorry.
And then pool parties, Monday through Thursday night, we charge $100. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we charge $150. I have the pool ready. I start clearing the pool every day about 4:45 because I want to be able to rent it at 5 o'clock, you know, or whatever. So we do that. We do pool passes. They're $75 and they're good every day, and that's per person. One year, 20 years ago, we tried a family pool pass, but the family changed every week or every day or whatever. It changed frequently, and I'm not saying Mr. Grover and them, bless their hearts, they come visit me a whole lot, and I love their babies. But some areas, there's two, that they sell pool passes, they do it $50, but you can only come Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. You're not able to come holidays, or you're not able to come every day. So the amount of time we're open, you know, they come. I read on some of the things about the food. Again, this is a state regulation. We can only sell pre-packaged food. We do not have the license. One year, sometimes we would grill a burger, but you have a lot of waste with that because of the fixings or whatever. But when I can do hot dogs, but I do them when they order, and we can do them microwavable. We just have to date and time that we open a pack of hot dogs. We have mustard relish, you know, that sort of thing. We can doctor it up, and they let us do nachos as long as we do them in a crock pot and do them with the thermometer to where we can do. But food, we have a pretty good variety of food. I do not let people bring food in from out. I'm not anti them taking their kids to McDonald's or, yes.
He was next.
There's some things I think we can implement this year, and there's some things I think it would be good for us to have a whole year to figure out how to implement them as well. I think we can fix that pool pass with like an ID card pool pass. Obviously, that would cause us to have like some sort of printing, so there's an expense there, and I don't think that we need a rush to do that this year. Something for the future though. Also, maybe instead of having the city handle the food, we can ask an organization like the Rotary Club, the American Legion, if they want to run this concession stands for a certain amount of time, whenever. Those were two ideas as well.
And the only thing you run into with that
Okay.
is I'll tell you, we're not triggered with, you have to change your license. You have to go through a different license because we've got two set of licenses. We have pool license but the other, there's not like a stove, a vent, you know, you're not going to, I mean.
And absolutely, and that's something we could just look into,
Right.
just investigate.
And the food allergies, the state, see, you have to watch what, I don't let them bring.
I think that would be covered under their peddler's license if they're selling the food or whatever. It wouldn't even affect the pool. It's like if they were selling hamburgers, hot dogs in the parking lot or whatever, as long as they're allowed to leave the pool to go out and do that, and maybe they could do sort of a percentage thing, but we can work on that later. I'd like to make a motion for a recess.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I just say one more thing?
Hurry up.
If you don't mind.
Somebody's got something he needs to do.
I have asked a lady about doing water aerobics. I have somebody that is interested in that, and that may be something that we could do from 10 o'clock to 11. She was giving me 2 days that she could do those.
Okay, before we take a break, let me throw this out too, because our supervisors wanting swim lanes, swimming classes, and aerobics. That's what they offer.
Okay, the swimming classes, we used to, the state required us to do Red Cross. Had to come in and be the one that did them. You could never get Red Cross. I found a way to bypass that.
Yes, sir.
I think we can come to that for recess, but he did ask
Yes,
to be
let's have
recognized before recess.
Let's take a 10-minute break.
Well, let's try and wrap this up, then we get moved into everything else to get the day started.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's go with it, let him go ahead.
I'm good for now. I said a recess, not 10 minutes, 5 minutes, good for me.
He's just asking to speak before we have recess.
Go
He asked
ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. I appreciate that. I think you could fix your sunbathing fee things for sunbathers and swimmers, and it'd be a simple bracelet investment. Certain blue bracelets can swim, pink bracelets can sunbathe, blah, blah, blah. Make on-spot corrections. The other thing I think
And
would
then
be.
what are you saying, charge them less to come
Yeah,
in?
charge them differently. Second thing is, I think the council would like to get a report on some recommended hours, maybe next council meeting. So we have some recommended hours to go off of, because we want to all extend the pool hours, make it more family friendly. I get there's a rental time from 5 to 8, but if there's no one renting it, let's keep it open for
Well,
people.
you can do that, just the only thing, you can't close the pool, you know, you want adults, you may change the hours in the mornings or something, but I don't know how, if a carload of kids come up and want to swim when it's or whatever, but I mean.
We're not asking for segregation, just longer hours.
Okay, but I cannot rent the pool out.
Well, we need to look at
certain
it.
nights, and you could make it, right.
Like Twilight Swim or something, just we'll come up with something, but I think if we can get that together and come to the next meeting with it, we can do that, okay?
Okay.
Can I ask
10-minute
one quick
recess,
question?
please.
Real quick. Say a kid comes to the pool, your regular kid that comes every day, and they don't have money to buy food. What is the situation on that? Because
I usually buy them a hot dog,
Yeah, because
or
you-
somebody,
you-
Jay Brooks used to be the world's best at that. He would come and, you know, leave a few bucks that if somebody didn't have money or whatever, but I'm not gonna let a kid come in there and not have money to eat a hot dog.
Can you ask the question?
You can ask me whatever. Yes, yes. I mean, why we did things the way that we did. Next council meeting, I will come back with, I've talked to somebody about water aerobics. I also have somebody, a way that I think we can bypass Red Cross having to do swim lessons. I think I can get a couple of my lifeguards certified to do swim lessons, which is already there, are already employees of the city, and whatever. I had a phone call from Alex at Jimmy Floyd, and he said, I've got a route for you to go, because I was asking about swim lessons and whatever. But anyway, I will give you hours that I recommend that we do. I only had one other suggestion, and this is something that you may think about. There's several things about a day that may be a family day or whatever. I would recommend that would be on Sunday, because that's their short day. We're only there from 1 to 5, and you might, instead of charging $5 for that day, you might make Sunday afternoon a $3 thing for everybody or something, you know, if you want to, and that's our short day, because we're only there 1 to 5 on Sundays. So, you know, that would give them a cut rate one day, or whatever, that a family of 5 could come swimming for $15 rather than $25. But that's our short day, and we're equipped to handle it, yes.
Could you possibly put that in there, like maybe once a month? On Sundays, once a month, have a family day?
Yeah.
Because I mean.
I can do it however you want to.
Well, I'm saying because
Yes.
for 4 hours, a family, you know, come in once a month on Sunday, we might get more people interested in going on Sundays that way.
Right. And usually Sundays is not a bad day. It's a good day. A lot of dads come with kids on Sunday, where maybe Monday through Friday, it's mama and the kids, you know, or whatever, but I like to keep the pool strictly certain, and then we can do the aerobics and the swim lessons from 10 to 11. I have the lifeguards that's capable of handling it, because I can't open the front door without certified. So, and I can arrange that. But would that be better if I just say, this is what I'm gonna do this year, and,
Then, I agree, that's perfect.
yeah, will that work? Yeah. But I've checked on aerobics, I'm checking on swimming lessons, okay? I'll see what I can do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion if I can.
Certainly.
That the $250 course to be a lifeguard be paid by the
So I ain't
city
staying all night with you.
and not the individuals or Miss Sally. And at that rate, she can pay for one. If she can verify that somehow, so that we're just making sure we're good, I'd like to see her reimbursed for that. I don't think she should have to do that. I appreciate her doing that, but I don't think she should have to.
Second.
All right. Any discussion, Jesse?
I'd like to make an amendment to that we reimburse them, like do it as a reimbursement. They go get their course done, they serve with us through a season, complete, good to go, reimburse them the $250 on the back end, so that way we don't pay for a course, and then they leave us.
I recommend if you're considering doing that, the lifeguard class is good for 2 years. If you pay half of it at the end of the first year that they work, and then the other half the second year if they work, so that way I don't have the city used to just write Jimmy Floyd or the Sportsplex in Murfreesboro, used to be the only place that you could get it done. But I would recommend that if they work their scheduled hours this year, their last check includes
The $125.
the half of it. And then if they work the next year, they get the next, so that way they get their money back. It just, they work their scheduled hours.
Do they have to be recertified?
You can get recertified as long as you do it consecutive. You can't let it run out. And it's not as expensive. It's only $150 to get recertified. I think it was 172 this time was what they told me. I didn't have to have anybody recertified this time, because I got 10 last year, because I'm not getting caught. That's not happening. But this time I had 5 that took the course. So I've got a possibility of 15 lifeguards.
So rescind my motion, make the new motion, exactly what Ms. Sally is saying, that we pay at the end if they work all of their hours. They're still having to pay it all up front.
Yes, they have to pay it up front, but that way we're not paying for it if they don't pull the 2 years, you know, there. So they work the first year.
I've got to make the motion though to get a second so that we,
Right.
because I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be
No.
But if they pay the $250, if they work their scheduled hours like they're supposed to, we reimburse over the 2 years, 1 year, and the next $125.
Okay. I have a motion, I have a
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Sal.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I kick your ass.
Oh, man.
I know that.
I will.
I just wanted to be clear, she did say that one this year was paid by her, I also put that in there that I would like to, if she can prove that she did that, I would like to reimburse her. Can we ask if she would be able to provide that?
Sure. And we'll
Just my contribution.
Sally, seriously, drop off something and we'll give you a check.
No, I'm good. She's part mine, so I'm good. See you guys.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Love you. Take care.
All right, then we go to.
Give my babies a hug.
Unfinished business. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Make a motion to approve item number 1.
I'll say that.
And unfinished business.
I'll second that.
Okay. Building inspection fees resolution, okay? Second. What is your motion though?
To approve item number 1, now we're gonna have a discussion.
Item number 1 is building fees inspection resolution.
That's correct.
What that is specifically, go ahead.
I would like, this is the resolution that you put in to.
Yeah, is it okay if I explain the resolution?
Well, I was gonna let me make amendment to it.
That's okay, yeah.
I think we can come to a good agreement.
I think, if you don't mind me explaining it, and then you make your amendment, that works for you.
Excuse me just a minute, Mr. Moore.
No, I was just saying that we have the resolution in front of us. so-
Yeah, we've got, this is the same one we've had from,
All right, okay, let's,
If you all don't mind, I'd like to just make a motion to suspend the rules for 1 minute so that we can just explain the resolution to the public and then go back to it and then everybody can vote either for or against it. It doesn't, great. It doesn't cause a problem.
You said 1 minute?
Yeah, suspend the rules for 1 minute, just so I can explain
You
it.
had 2 minutes.
you got 2 minutes.
Okay, if you guys are okay with that, we'll make sure.
maybe clarify what it is.
I'll get it.
Is it a number
You
or
all.
what is it?
It's this one.
Building inspections resolution.
It should be under the bill. I'll see them all.
Okay. Mayor, I just want to make sure I have permission to have the floor.
All right.
That's pretty strong.
Well, I stopped bringing it, because I have to.
Would you please read the caption first and say that's what we need, as Mr. Moore said.
Okay.
Read the caption.
Make the motion reading the caption?
No, you make a motion to read, would you please explain?
Again, I think it's clear, we've got the agenda item, the motion's already been made and seconded, let's.
I think we-
Let's go for it.
have a
All right.
discussion.
All right, so just to explain to everybody here and the public, the background to this so that we understand what happens. We had found out that there was a project, again, with the American Legion to hang flags on Main Street. And we found out that in order to hang these flags, we had to pay a $50 building permit fee to have it inspected. I also understand that we have had, the building inspector said he would inspect all the flags at no charge, this one-time deal, and which I think is excellent. I'm glad that he's doing that. We looked into, and I'm going to quote John Poole as my source because I'm trying to source this and not it be my idea. But we collect roughly $6,000 off of building inspection fees, and we have $5.4 million, and $6,000 really isn't that much. On top of it, just being more ethical for being able to hang flags freely, we found that this was a problem. And I'd like to just have the city pay those fees because, and it would also attract more businesses to say, hey, well, we want to build more, we want to build more. And there would be more building inspection fees, yes, but it's going to increase revenue in other areas. And I would promise that that would increase tenfold off that $50 or whatever the building inspection fee. So my motion is that we just have the city pay building inspection fees from here on out.
Can I ask a question?
I think we just need a second and then, yeah, absolutely.
Second to,
The first ribbon is done, we're in discussion.
Oh, okay, I apologize. All right, I'm done.
so I was gonna ask, is this for, can I,
Okay, go ahead, but I'd like to hear from our CFO.
is this for the American Legion only you're saying, or going forward for everybody?
For everybody,
No,
yes.
Okay.
I'd like to make an amendment to that motion. I'd like to make an amendment that we cut the building inspection fees in half for the American Legion. And then also the city donate $500 to the Legion to cover the fees that they have to pay for the flags.
Just so we're clear on this, you're talking about one thing for the American Legion and then not having fees for everyone else?
No,
I just asked that.
Yeah.
I want to remain, the rest of the building inspection fees stay.
Okay,
I just want to knock them down for the American Legion.
okay, for the flags.
I'll second that for discussion's sake.
Okay, so the motion and second is for specifically for the flags for the American Legion to knock the fees in half, and then we pay.
We donate $500 to the American Legion.
Okay, but that we keep all other fees intact.
That's correct.
But you're talking about $25 per, how many flags? How many flags is, do you know?
If we're cool to be in discussion, I seconded it, so, and I appreciate that gesture. I don't think that the American Legion, again, like on this thing, the building inspector said he'd waive it for this issue, and I don't think that the American Legion necessarily wants preferential or special treatment at all. We do want to treat, and I appreciate that absolutely, but we don't want to be treated any differently because it's just $6,000. I think at this point it's also looking at it not only from a moral standpoint, but from a economical standpoint to bring more revenue into the city.
May we have,
Just wanted to say that I think this has already been taken care of, but do understand that a major building project, for example, the one that's going across the road, that was a $15,000 building project fee that they paid. So I don't know how it's come up with, but that's what was paid.
and our recorder has something she'd like to add.
We've also actually probably doubled the amount of building inspections and stuff we're doing, probably since last year. I've done more permits in the year I've been recorder than they did in the last two. And he's right, the last big one was a $15,000 alone.
And I'd like to add something, a citizen asked me. Oh, go ahead.
So if the building inspector has agreed to waive it already, the American Legion part is done. We don't need to deal with that. What we're dealing with is going forward for everybody else, we're either gonna abolish it, get rid of it altogether, or not.
I will rescind my amendment.
Okay. So moving back into discussion on it, the point's not to.
Let's
I
restate
feel
what
like
we're
that's where we're
discussing.
getting mixed up. We're not able
Let's
to
restate
just-
what we're discussing. Our motion now becomes to rescind the building fees for everyone. That's what I hear.
We're at that motion right
And
now.
I think we're all having a respectful discussion. We probably are disagreeing,
May
it's
I interject
okay.
something that several citizens have asked me?
Well,
When a commercial or residential is built, they're saying, why should their public money be paid for that commercial fee or for that residential fee? We're asking public money to be paid, to pay for private industry or somebody's someone's residential home, and I'm not sure quite how that works, how we can justify taking someone else's public money to pay for across the street $15,000 for their building fee. Help me understand how that works. Yes, sir.
So the motion on the table is to abolish it or not? Which one is it?
The motion is to eliminate it completely, but the only reason I did that was to make the amendment so we could help the American Legion.
He can
But
still
the
vote
American
against it.
Legion-
I can still vote against it.
He can make a motion to vote against this motion. Absolutely.
Okay. To vote against my motion?
No, you can make a motion and vote against it.
So we're clear. So we're clear. The American Legion is not being charged to do the flags. okay?
They're no longer an issue with this situation.
I'm just speaking it, like I know, but I'm just saying. So they're not being charged. Great, that is wonderful. Everyone else, we're saying,
It's still,
is up for discussion for getting rid of it. Can we take a vote on that, or do we need more discussion on it?
More discussion.
Okay.
Okay.
He's recognized, correct?
Well, hold on.
Yes, again, would you let
Yes.
the mayor?
May I be recognized?
Well, is there anyone else? I mean, please, anyone else to talk to this, because we need all of your opinion.
I think-
Hold on, please.
I think he's got his hand raised, I think we should just let him talk.
But if someone else wants to.
Yeah.
Nobody else has their hand
Well,
raised.
I know,
I understand, but you should open it up for everybody to have a chance.
It is open and his hand's raised.
Okay. Go right ahead.
Point of information, I've noticed you don't do that for anybody else here. If you don't mind, if somebody else wants to talk, have I ceded the floor pretty regularly if you all want to talk?
they're going okay.
Okay, I think they're going great, so I don't think you have to interject here. If there's a problem, I think you should. But right now, I think we're good.
Let's move
So, let's move forward. I'm willing to cede to this if we can keep with the logic that the mayor just said, because I agree with her on it. Why are the taxpayers footing the bills for these things? Okay, I'm fine with that. We got some other things coming up here in a couple minutes. Let's keep that same mentality as far as why are the taxpayers footing the bills for other things? And as long as we can keep that mentality and not pick and choose those mentalities, I'm okay with
Bring it up
that.
when we get.
Yeah, let's take it one at a time.
All right, very good.
All right, so are we
Just want to point that out.
Discussion?
Yes, and unless anyone else wants to discuss. Yes. Okay, let's take a vote on this. Is all in favor of abolishing
The permits, fees.
well,
Building
building inspection fees?
Can we do a roll call?
Roll call.
Can I have my agenda back? I give you my agenda.
Is it?
Steve, can I borrow your agenda just real quick?
If you can figure it out.
I need the resolution, because I found yours. I just need I got it. Councilwoman Knapp.
Wait. Hey, Mayor Smith, may we, my motion to suspend the rules so that our CMFO may speak?
Yes, sir.
Mayor, I'm not an attorney, okay? Don't know Tennessee code annotated by memory. Maybe our Mr. Moore can address it. I don't even know if that's legal for Tennessee code annotated to totally get rid of building inspections.
I don't know whether
It's the fees.
it requires a ordinance or a resolution to do that. I mean, obviously, the town can set its building inspection fees. It may have to be done by ordinance. If this passes, I'll advise the council.
Okay, just one.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I was told somebody didn't understand exactly.
Oh, I think he just answered my question. Yeah.
We're voting to abolish them altogether.
Yeah.
The motion is to abolish inspection fees altogether.
Inspection fees.
altogether.
Not inspections.
Well, okay, to abolish them, not that the city pays them, is that what you're saying?
Well, that's what it in turn would be, because someone has to inspect it and someone has to pay the inspector.
Okay, so let's,
And in the resolution, in the resolution, it states that the city will pay the fees.
Okay.
That's what it says.
We're at the point of vote. We
okay.
closed everything
Then-
out, discussion's
The motion
over.
is that the city would pay the inspection.
We're at the point of the vote.
Can you roll call vote, please?
Are we clear, is everyone clear what you're voting?
Roll call vote.
Yes.
What are you voting? So I'm clear, okay, it's just so we're all.
Well, you're not, it's us voting, so unless you would have to break the time.
Then we can read it again.
Okay.
It's pretty simple.
Roll call, please.
One more question. One more.
You
Make sure
have
I'm
to vote on
understanding
it.
this. Not pay any inspection fee, so for instance, if I want to build a room in my house, I don't pay any inspection fee, right?
The city has to pay it.
Correct, the city pays it, but you don't, you still have to have it inspected, but there's no fee
There's
attached.
no permit fees, nothing.
So there's no permit for me to do that, although I've had to do that for
That's
several.
correct. The city's
projects.
requiring you to have an inspection, but they're not gonna require you to pay the fee because it's their requirement for you to have the inspection.
But the city would be footing.
But the city would be footing the bill for their requirement, yes.
It would be, the city, remember, is public money, it's not,
Right.
public money would be paying. So we're saying that instead of the builder paying it, public money would be paying it.
Okay, roll call vote.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilwoman Knapp.
No.
Councilman Babcock.
No.
Councilman Evil.
Yes.
Councilman Peters.
No.
Councilman Petty.
No.
Vice Mayor Reese.
No. Reese.
Vice Mayor Reese.
All right, so that one, move on. Okay, the next one is we move down to the property tax resolution. I believe Mr. Eagle, who gave us a resolution here, rather than an ordinance, I'm thinking, so, okay. What happened? Would you please explain?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And again, I just wanted to explain this out loud. I know everybody here has
Well,
read
I'm sorry,
this.
you gotta make a motion first. Motion.
Okay, a motion to direct the CMFO to record a draft budget ordinance with the revenue projections based on a 50% reduction in property taxes for the town of Carthage, Tennessee for the fiscal
Wait a
year.
minute, I'm sorry. Again, do you have a caption for that? You can read it.
That's the caption.
He's reading it.
He's reading the
In the
caption.
middle, reading the caption. If I can have the floor again, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I just want to make sure that's
Okay, go right ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. The caption is a resolution directing the CMFO to report a draft budget ordinance with revenue projections based on a 50% reduction in property taxes for the town of Carthage, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021. And I'd ask for a second on this just because, and again, if you all want to vote against this, it's fine.
For discussion.
Thank you so much. All right. Mayor, may I have the floor for discussion? All right, thank you so much. And the reason I want to read this out loud is that everyone here has been able to see this, but we don't post any of this online, so I just want to make sure the public knows what's going
Please
on.
know you have a 2-minute limit. That's been set by the council.
If I may have the floor again, Mayor, I sure do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. I wanted to explain this to the public as well and get this out here so everybody knows what we're looking at. And this is just to draft a budget. This isn't going to accept us as having a 50%. We would still have to vote on this. This is directing the CMFO to show us what it would look like to have a 50% property tax decrease. That's what this is, okay? So, and the reason we're doing this is because the past 3 years, we've had over a $1 million surplus, okay? And we got the highest property tax, and just, I'm reading this for the public. There was a property tax of 1.1258 on Carthage for each $100. South Carthage has a 0.97 cents, and Gordonsville has a 76 cents. So we are the highest taxed area, and we're rolling in surpluses. We also just had an increase of 59 cents levied on us from 214 to 273 on the county side. So we're getting hit very hard. We've got a surplus. We collect close to $580,000 worth of property tax revenue in fiscal year 2020. So divide that in half. That's what's coming out. And we've got a pretty big fund balance, general fund balance. And all this is sourced from these, from Mr. Poole, our auditor. So that's pretty much the background on that.
Yes, sir, you'd like,
Do you care if I make an amendment to that?
Absolutely.
I would like to see if we could include also a 50% and then a 75. That way we got both figures to see where we're at.
I will second that amendment, absolutely. Okay.
you're saying a 75% reduction?
No, 50% reduction and then a quarter, or 25%.
Oh, 25.
I'm sorry. We got still-
I'm still okay with
That way
that.
we get all the figures for different
Let's
things.
do 75 too.
Yeah, if you have me.
Okay,
I can give you a rough figure just for whatever, but I can crunch the numbers, but I already got them. You're talking about $300,000 if you do a 50%, talking $150,000
Of lost
if you do
revenue.
25% of lost revenue
per year.
per year. Yeah. So that's about what that is. We assess about 600,000, which we don't collect at all, but right now, we're 559,000, but you just figure half of our budget, 50%, that's $300,000 off of the annual receipts.
Does the most recent thing from the tax assessor play into that at all?
I think that's a separate issue, Mayor.
Any more discussion?
And if nobody has, I just want to say one last thing, just to remind everybody, that would be $300,000 coming off of our $1.1 million surplus, so that put us more closer to an $800,000 surplus. Again, we're surplusing out significantly, so.
Yes, sir, would you like to hear it?
And I understand what the councilman's saying, just know that had we expended everything for the fire department, that would have been an $800,000. Last year's budget was an excess of expenditures over revenues. The reason we had an excess was because we couldn't get all the grants in line for the fire department. And so we couldn't spend the $800,000 that was on the budget approved. So.
25% reduction, what would that come out to? It'd take $1.1258 down to what? Sorry for not being a mathematician.
You ain't alone.
I'll give you that number.
Approximately 98, 96, right in there.
Just also a little,
I need that number, please.
84.
84 cents.
84 cents.
Hey, mathematicians over here.
I would like to point out, I'd like to point out to Mr. Eagles, Councilman Eagles' point. First of all, we do have one of the lower property taxes around. The reason that South Carthage and Gordonsville are lower is they do not have the infrastructure we have. They do not have the overhead that we have. They do not have a sewer plant that we run. They do not have the road, the numbers of roads that we have. So yes, they have a lower property tax, but they also have a lower amount of revenue, of expenses.
What I'd like to say is this: we're not voting to eliminate. We're voting to get the actual budget numbers for it. That's all we're voting on right now.
Is that all we're voting?
And he amended it to include the 25%.
To include the 25% along
well.
with 50%.
All right, so
Okay.
That's all we're voting on. We're not cutting property tax.
Yeah, so we can vote on the amendment.
Yes,
Okay.
it's just a,
So it's time to
get
vote.
a draft budget. It'll all have to be approved by ordinance.
By ordinance. Okay, all right. Any further discussion? Yes, sir.
Didn't he just give us the figures that basically this amendment is requesting?
Yeah.
Well, he's gonna give us the official figures, and it's in the budget, because we're gonna get presented with a budget, and we're gonna vote upon that budget. And so we're requesting that he puts that in the budget. Now, at budget time, we can say, keep it the same. We could say, we're gonna go with the 25% reduction. We could say we're gonna go with 50% reduction. Everybody wants to add 75 to it, I'm all for it, but I'm gonna take 50 if I can. I was really excited for a second, but that's okay.
You should have known better.
Our finance officer.
It's no problem for us to do that. I can tell you that if we get the fire grants, we will have an excess of expenditures over revenues in our present budget if the fire stuff goes through.
I think it's important we keep in mind a lot of things that have been kicked down the road that we now have to fix, including our roads and some of our infrastructure. It has to be fixed. Yes, sir.
Scott, I'd like to ask you a question. So what you're saying is if we get approved for the grants to purchase the new fire engines, that's going to take that surplus out the door?
It will take the current fiscal year surplus out.
Okay.
There are other monies in there that could be allocated towards that.
I just want to make sure.
But just make sure when we get to the budget.
Because we definitely don't want to lose that money.
Well,
It's a surplus they're taking out, not our regular, and we have $5.4 million.
Yes, ma'am. Councilman.
I just have to say again, we do have a surplus, and I think we need to be really cautious with that because our infrastructure is so aged. We've been talking about the sewer plant and how it overflows every time, and just what that would cost alone would be interesting for me to find out. I think we need to look at what projects we know are coming down the road and see what they're going to cost before we can look at reducing what our...
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we need to, if we're gonna do, that's our reasoning, then we need to get on those items. We need to look at the treatment plant getting ready to fall into the river. I think we need to look at upgrading equipment for all the people that are making everything work the way that it is. If that's gonna be our reason, then let's get it done.
I believe they're working on that. They're doing a 5 to 6 year plan.
working a 3, 5, and 7-year planned expenditures. And this is data coming from the supervisors saying, okay, you need to plan on this. And so, but that's information to you guys to make decisions.
Yeah. My feeling on it, I pay taxes too, I don't like it. But, I don't want to see our services hurt and what we are having for the city and what we offer for the city. If anything in that is cut, that would be hurtful. Like, for instance, the pool. I can name a lot of different things, sidewalks, road repair, whatever. We need to make sure we're going to have the money before we cut something in half or whatever, 3/4 or, things can come up that we're not, I don't like the taxes either, but I'm cautious with that.
Yes, sir.
That's my thought.
I'd like to make a recommendation. Seeing how we have such a surplus and it's out there, I think we need to get these projects on the books and get them started because one, it's going to be cheaper if we do them now. We'll save money. And if we have to do it, we might as well just do it. So that's my recommendation. If we're going to do it.
We are planning to start paving some roads, and that's on the agenda tonight to talk about that.
I'm talking about the whole 9 yards, let's just do it. If we gotta do it, let's do it now, while it's cheaper.
That, I think that's what we're trying to plan. The supervisors for the last 2 weeks have been putting together what's our 4-year plan, 5-year plan out, and we're working with Scott to run those numbers, so that will be brought to you.
It's happening.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
I agree with Councilman Peters that we use this surplus to benefit the citizens. And there are a lot of things that would benefit the citizens down the road. So definitely we get projects that are needed. We've talked about sidewalks, we've talked about water lines, sewer lines that are bad, and especially the sewer plant. I know that our supervisors are really struggling to keep that all pulled together when we have, just with the weather changes and the rain that we've had. So definitely this needs to go back to the citizens in the form of better services and continued services.
And just to put in perspective, we were just looking at both water and sewer and general fund, easily $500,000 right away we could spend on both sides versus $1 million. So I agree with you. We haven't looked, I think we're just beginning to look down the road, which is maybe, I think we need to do that very much right now, how much we're going to spend. Yes, ma'am.
If we want to benefit our citizens of our town, we make them pay less taxes because it's just affecting a surplus. It's not affecting our budget. $1.1 million per year surplus. These are big numbers. We're talking about a decrease of $300,000 and $150,000. That's what we're talking about. This is small numbers for the government here and huge numbers for the taxpayer. And we can still do all these other things. I am completely on board on looking at a 5, 7, 9-year plan, Steve. How many times have we talked about that? And I brought this up before the council in the past, and I think that maybe we have a council now that we can look at this, because we need to start looking at a sewer plant. This next budget, if you don't mind, Mayor, I'll still my 2 minutes.
We have a motion that he's going to do this. He's going to run the numbers for us.
Point of order.
Excuse me, we have a huge agenda. Could we
Point of order.
could we close this up and move on to the next item? And we've already said we're just going to do it.
Mayor, in all fairness, he did have his 2 minutes, and you didn't give him his 2 minutes. You have to give him his 2 minutes.
He was also more than halfway down with his 2 minutes, and now we're right past the 2 minutes.
Again, this is not us voting on it. We can come to this. This is like seconding a motion. And we can look at the numbers he presents to us, and if we don't like them, we can go back to it. But this sets it in motion in case we want to do this. And we're giving that relief to the taxpayers, and it's not really even hitting a dead end here. I'm done.
I don't know, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know that we have 7 years before our water treatment plant starts falling into the river. Do we have 10 years?
Make a motion to suspend the rules so we can,
Yes,
that he can speak.
yes. All in favor of suspending the rules?
Okay, just for the sewer plant real quickly, working on this budget, we have with Scott come up with a 3, 5, 7-year plan. Normally at the sewer plant's 43 or older right now, but we got to fix the collection system. So we went through the I&I project, we're waiting on that. Once we get it, we got to fix it. So if you figure 15-mile pipe, if we have to reline half of it, you could be looking $400,000. It's just estimated cost real quick. We got the river bank down there that they're doing the first $100,000 on the engineering if we get the money from the federal, and then fixing it, we'll have to pay 35%. South Carthage will pay 25% of that, but I'm estimating it to be $150,000. But get on down the road, the sewer plant. When all this gets fixed, if it's 5 or 6 years from now, the sewer plant's 50-year-old. Do you want to tie $1 million or so where we're at now, where we don't have a lot of room to grow, we're still downtown? Do you want to go build a new plant? And right now, it's based on about $6 a gallon. So if you build a 1 million gallon plant, you'd be looking at $6 million plus the property, the development. So you could easily tie up $6.5 million. That's just throwing some quick numbers at you. Right. And when Scott comes back with the 25% or 50% reduction, I think you also have the department heads 5, 7-year plan that also maybe help you make some decisions.
Can I ask you,
yes,
your opinion, how long do we have, if we stay right where we're at, how long do we have before that thing starts slipping into the river?
I'm hoping that the collection system can be
fixed within the next 4 years. Instead of having 55% I&I, at least get it down to 10, 15%. That gives us capacity, but also at that point, we're able to meet permit. That's the good thing. But if the state comes up and starts requiring us to do distilled ammonia, total phosphorus tests, we're not normally doing, tests this plant's not designed to treat, then the state could actually come in and say, you've got to build another plant, or you're going to have to do some major work at this plant. And my thing about where we are now, once we fix the riverbank erosion, it's got to be fixed. But I don't think we've got that much room down there to expand. And plus, on down the road, 20, 30 years, I think it'd be nice to have that away from Main Street, have it out from downtown, just build another plant. Got to find the land. I mean, there ain't a lot of land in Carthage, but.
I agree with you, but do you have and maybe I misunderstood, if I did, I'm sorry. Do you have an idea of the amount of time that we have before the riverbank starts?
Well,
because we're within feet.
If they get the federal money, we're the number one in line for Nashville, Middle Tennessee Corps Engineers. We're the first top project. They got $100,000 they'll come up and spend on initial engineering, development, what it's going to cost. And then if there's money left over for that, they'll present us bids. We'll have bids to bring to the council of what this project's going to cost. And at that point, they'll pay 65%. Hopefully within a couple of years, the riverbank will be, to me, I hope it's fixed within 2 years.
They've been out to visit twice with their engineers, and like Steve said.
We're still waiting on the Corps engineers to get with us on that.
Within 2 years, we're saying the riverbank can be fixed.
I hope it is if we get the money appropriated to the federal government to Nashville. I'm hoping it's fixed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Within a year, I hope, yes, sir.
I think where we are is, I'd like to get back to voting on the amendment, but I think where we are, we need to have, probably put on the next agenda meeting, some ideas, and we need to listen to these guys. They've got some great ideas, they've got some long-term ideas. This I&I project will even help a future sewer plant, if I'm correct. And we need to listen to those, and we do need to take those into consideration on a 3, 5, 7-year budget, because that's being proactive, not reactive. You will not get a fight out of me on that. Right now, again, I'm just talking about $150,000 to $300,000 for the next year, and that's it. So
the motion is to let our CMFO run these numbers and bring them back to us.
Basically, provide us with a budget including these cuts.
Has been seconded?
Been seconded.
We talked about it for a long time.
We're ready to vote.
Let's vote.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Okay.
and then we need to vote on the original motion, right?
Yes. We're ready to vote.
Okay. Original motion, so we all know what we're voting on.
Councilman Evil wanted to direct CMFO to report a draft budget ordinance with revenue projections based on a 50% reduction in property taxes for the town of Carthage for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021.
All right, so 50%, 25%, is there any other equation?
It just adds the 25%, 50% and 25%.
Okay, all in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
Original motion, all opposed? Thank you.
Thank you all.
So we come down to the items that originally had been indicated by Councilman Peters. Second reading of the budget amendment, this is for the pool repair. Can I have a motion? Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we put items number 5 and 6 together and vote on them at the same time. And a motion to approve both items.
I'll second.
5 and 6 and vote on both, okay?
And just for clarification, this is a motion to ratify the vote that took place at the April 1st meeting.
This is second reading, yes.
Okay, so you're wanting to ratify what happened at the April 1st meeting, is that correct?
To approve for the pool repair and the second reading of the personnel policy.
Because I think he's asking, as Councilman Peters asked earlier, he wants to ratify what was done April 1st on that.
I'm good with one, but not the other.
I'm going to say you're good with the personnel policy, but
Yeah.
not with the pool.
Yeah.
How did I know that?
Okay, we have a motion.
All right, let me rescind that motion. We're going to do this the easy way. I make a motion that we approve item number 6 on the agenda.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Oh, I'm sorry.
Any discussion on number, are you talking about number 5?
6.
Six.
So we
Guess we
skipped
skipped
5?
ahead. It's,
We're gonna do that, but I'm trying to get the ones knocked out, we can knock out and come back and see
Okay,
the ones that
okay,
take
number
longer.
6 then, all right. To approve number 6, second, any further discussion? If not, let's take a vote on that, please. Okay. Any opposed? So we've approved the second reading of the personnel policy. We've got that, okay. All right, are we going back to number 5 then? Is that what you're doing?
Make a motion to approve agenda item number 5 on unfinished business.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion and second to approve item number 5, which is the second reading of the budget amendment for the pool repair. Any discussion on that? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and opposed?
Opposed.
Passes. Okay, then we go to item 7, is the second reading of ordinance to amend the zoning map. Is there a motion on that, please?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's approved. Item number 8, second reading of ordinance to amend the zoning code for townhouse regulations. Do I hear a motion?
Motion approved.
Second? Second? Okay. Any discussion?
Yeah, and I don't mind having some rules set. I just don't think we need to have legal teeth behind the rules, just my opinion.
I think that, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
I think that comes to 9, that's what I brought up with the change of,
Violations.
well, maybe not 9, maybe it's 10, to clarify the penalties.
I'm on the wrong one, I apologize. Okay, this is just amending the,
This is for
I
town.
rescind my statement on that.
Any further discussion on that? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it passes. Number 9 is second reading of ordinance for,
Motion to approve item number 9 on the agenda.
okay, motion is second.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I'm against this, so.
Well, this is just the penalties, not clarifying.
This is the penalty, yeah, I'm against adding teeth on it again. I'm for having ordinances,
That
but.
was rewritten a bit, wasn't it? I believe it was.
It was revised, and
Yes.
then there was another clarification in the next
Yes,
item.
it gave a waiver for first time, whatever it is, Councilman Peters. Okay.
Either way.
Any further discussion on number 9? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Number 10, second.
Opposed.
No, opposed, there we go. Thank you. Okay, number 10, second.
Motion to approve item number 10 on the agenda.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Any discussion?
Sorry, this goes
Who's
so
taking
fast.
that one? If you guys are killing me.
That was me.
I'm sorry.
So,
Is this the
Yes.
is this the clarification that you added?
We said 30 days,
Yeah.
that they had 30
Okay,
days to
that's what
get in
this- okay,
compliance. Is that, where, I still haven't
I
seen
can't find it either.
We talked about it
It's
at the
right
last,
here. It's in your packet. Look at it, number 10.
we talked about it at the last meeting where,
It's in your packet. Look at it right here.
Mayor, I understand. I was just saying something to Attorney Wentworth, that we had said last meeting that you were gonna make sure that it was in there, because it wasn't when we discussed it last. You said you were gonna add it in there. I'm just verifying that it's actually in there, so that we do have the appropriate clarification. If it's not in there, I would be opposed to it.
Not seeing it in the items in my packet. I know I had the language
Remember this
that
happened
I
last?
emailed back.
Yeah.
that's not
It's
gonna
probably
be
the wrong one. I'm
So
sorry.
that's what we did last.
Could you read? This is the problem.
I don't have to know that.
Yeah, that was the 30-day.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we all know what it is, right?
Right, but the.
We do, but I don't think
I want to
it's-
see what
I'd
happens.
like
That's
Gotcha.
kind of important, so. I'm gonna make a motion that we table this till next meeting, because we did the same thing when
Okay.
when Cole made his motions and they weren't in writing. It'd be fair if we do them all the same way.
Would you maybe just go ahead?
I'll
Shoot
send that
over
to everybody that would have it.
Okay.
Well, we'll still table it, because the
Okay.
motion to table it, we gotta say,
Motion to
we'll look at
table.
it to discuss.
Any
the vote.
discussion? Okay, all in favor of tabling until next time?
Aye.
10, table.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry, I should have done that before. Does that mean that number 9 is passed without the clarification as of right now? 'Cause that's a problem for me. proposing for that, but I
Yes,
I have a
that's what
problem with
that means.
that. I would like to, if we could rescind number 9 or whatever word you want to use for that, and that we table both for next month.
Okay, motion to rescind number 9. You voted in favor, so you
I
can do
did.
that. Did I hear a second? Motion to
I'll
rescind.
second that.
Thank you.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor, so we're going to rescind and table that. till next
9
time.
and 10
9
are
and
tabled
10.
to next meeting.
We got to vote on it, though.
Got a vote.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so 9 and 10 are tabled to next meeting.
Motion, let's discuss it another time.
This is postponed for every time.
Did you have nothing else to add to it?
Those are We'll check the lights of the city.
We had number 11 for the lights for the city.
But by fast.
Okay, number 11 is regarding the lights for the city park, and I'll give you the report that we have. Joey Harper gave us a bid of around $9,000. He could set up the lights there. They've already been taken down by Upper Cumberland because they were dangerous. Some of them had already fallen. To reiterate, we were donated free some lights from Upper Cumberland.
Mayor, we don't have a motion for that to be discussed at this time.
Okay. Would you like a motion? You want to
Motion
discuss
to
it?
approve the $9,000 light.
No,
We'll just do
Item number 11 on the agenda.
But motion to approve item number 11 on the agenda, provided, well, I want to hear the cost though, but.
Second. There.
So now we'll do discussion.
Okay. So the motion is to approve putting. the-
No, we had to make a motion so we can open discussion to
Okay,
discuss the
gotcha.
motion.
Well, as I was saying, Joy Harbor can do it for around a little over 9,000. We had gotten lights donated for free from Upper Cumberland. Our thinking on this, and talking with Joey, and really talking with a lot of folks who do this kind of thing, is start with the ones you have free, because they're free. If they go out, we can start replacing them with other lights. But we're saving, it would be about $3,000 per pole, and that's 8 poles, about $24,000 we're talking for brand new lights, and these are pretty good lights, and that's kind of what he suggested to us, so, yes, sir.
I would like to make a motion that instead of settling for what we've got, we need to renovate that area down there anyway. It's a ball field, it needs ball field lights, it doesn't need some secondhand, hand-me-down lights that are gonna go out. If we're gonna spend that kind of money, we should do it the right way. So I thought we talked this last time about putting ball field lights up down there and getting an estimate on that.
We only need, yes, sir.
Are they LED, you're talking about LED lights?
Yeah, the regular, like they have at Crum Parish, the ball field lights that are focused so that the kids can play ball. Not those straight down, just regular lights. And we,
These are focused, I mean, the only thing is, keep in mind.
Yeah, because they're gonna fall in them holes.
but I'm saying, we need to redo the whole ballpark, my opinion.
I think it's important, sorry, can I be right? I think it's important that we are appreciative of somebody donating those, giving us something for free, but I agree, I think we should look at upgrading that.
Just keep in mind, they don't practice until 7, they end at 7 o'clock, most of them, so it's still light.
They are playing games later on.
But also, if we make it into a regular ballpark, we may be able to do adult softball leagues, do different things for entertainment for people later on, maybe have our own little league games over there.
So we're talking, so you want to approve, what, 25, you want to look at 24,000, I don't know.
We have a motion to, he hasn't said that.
I'm not opposed to your idea. I'm not opposed to your idea, especially if someone's volunteering. But I get, like, this is a park that we want kids, I think this is one thing we all agree upon. We want more kids out in the parks out there, okay? Playing, getting fresh air and all that. Is us looking at that, is that gonna hurt anything? I mean, I'm fine with, like, taking that off and let's go and let's get a bid for the major lights. I'm fine with that. Like, something that's gonna, I think it's just gonna save us taxpayer money
I thought that
in the long run.
Right, if we do it now, then we have to do it again, it doesn't make any sense.
Has anybody made a motion?
No, I mean, we're still on the, Yeah, I don't think so.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, sir, please
I'd
make
like to make a motion that we look into ball field lights for that area in the city park.
Okay,
Look at the cost.
It's $3,000 per light. We have looked at
For what he's,
And how many lights does that
that.
entail?
Eight poles.
So it's
So
24,000.
24,000, and it'd be what's supposed to be out there for a ball field?
I'm sorry.
That's regular baseball field lights?
No, those are, that's our engineer took a look at it.
Point of inquiry.
No, but it does have to be somewhat engineered. when you put the
I
light.
don't,
Yes, sir. Go
I don't
ahead.
disagree with that, but what I'm saying is, I don't want to put up something that's half-hearted to put up. I want something that's going to be there, that's going to be stable, taken care of, that these kids can use. I mean, if you put this light over here and it's not focused the right way, you know, it's...
No, these are LED lights.
can I have a second on mine so we can discuss it?
Second.
Okay.
My motion was to look into the cost of ball field lights, the same exact thing that Front Paris has. That's my motion. I've got a second now. Now we can discuss.
Get some estimates, let's do it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just for clarification, I don't know the time frame on this, but obviously something's gonna have to be bid out. So you could go ahead and instead of getting estimates, just go ahead and put that out for bid for, and then an engineer, someone's gonna have to identify the exact light structure, but if you wanna expedite it, you can go ahead and put that out for bid.
I'll amend my motion that we put out to bid, ball field lights, the same exact thing that's at the Crump Paris for our city park ball field.
So would we put out, you want to...
Second.
No,
Just the lights or the lights and the electrician? Put the whole thing
the
on.
whole shebang.
The entire project.
Okay.
Get it done.
So we have a motion and second to put together all the ball field lights, engineers and lights to...
I'm sorry.
The motion to put out
A bid.
a bid, excuse me, the ball field lights and engineering. Do I have a second, please?
It's,
Unless you want to say something.
Yes, do you want to say something?
Why do we have to spend that much money on lights when it's not open, just open that light and out the way? Why should the taxpayers have to pay that much money?
well, the reason my thought process was on that, if we can get the field in enough shape where we can maybe have an adult softball league or something, that can actually generate revenue for the city, and it give something else for some people to do, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done down there.
Is it
Y'all talk
large
about
enough?
a lot of money for
It's
lights.
It's a
Why not?
T-ball field too, it's a T-ball field, not a golf
Mhm.
field.
If they don't play after dark.
Yes, sir.
There are activities up over there after dark though sometimes.
Are they?
Yeah, they sure are.
And again, this is just to put it out to bid.
Yeah, we're just putting out for bid, we're not,
So
If it comes back with
you know,
$50,000,
right,
something crazy.
Yeah.
can we go ahead and vote on this, or do we need more discussion? Okay, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. And I don't like spending money, obviously. But sometimes spending a little bit more on the front end saves a ton of money on the back end. And again, the park does close, but those close hours don't have to last. We can extend hours. I mean, again, kids play after dark, and let's give them a lighted area to play in. Let's make it family friendly so that they're not going in places that are dark and, you know, everything like that.
So can we put it out to bid then?
Yeah,
Yes or no?
I think so. That was the answer you last on it. That was my.
The motion is,
I was talking to you,
the
that's
motion is
okay.
to put it out to bid.
Yes, that's what it is, put it out for
Any
bid.
further discussion, or can we
I'll
vote?
talk to you.
Okay, let's vote. All in favor of putting this out to bid?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. All right. Did you get that?
Motion to table item number 12 for the next meeting.
Table till next meeting, okay?
I'll second that.
Second. Any discussion about that? All in favor of tabling number 12?
Aye.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. What is this next?
Item 13 is speed limits parking
Okay,
on light.
Dr. Duke's not here, but,
I'll just motion to table that for Dr. Duke to be here.
yeah.
Second.
Motion to table, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Discussion on Carthage Avenue.
We can take that off because I had a citizen tell me at the last minute that they don't, oh, no, I apologize. That's not that one. Take that back. I'm gonna give you the motion, I wrote it down so that way I can get you all. I apologize. I'm motioning, if y'all get a second, just so we can discuss it, motioning that we limit parking to one side of the street on Carmack Avenue, and I'll tell you all why if somebody will second it.
So we can discuss.
Yeah.
Okay, motion is second. Any discussion? You may start the
Okay,
discussion. and
thank you. One side of the street has driveways, so they're fine. They can park, they don't have to park on the street. The other side of the street, there's several houses that don't have driveways, and they do have to park in the middle of the street. Or not in the middle of the street, but on the side of the street. And then there's issues with people coming up on sidewalks, and it's just, it's a chaos zone down there. And then I think a lot of people that spoke at the last one, they lived on the top side of Carmack, where the issue is not on the top side, because everyone on the top side has those driveways, but at the bottom side, they don't. Again, I just think it would be good to put something in place to help with all that traffic, with the speeding trucks, the everything, and maybe just limited parking on one side, that might help out a lot. And that's all I have.
Have we identified which houses don't have driveways?
Yeah, if you give me a quick second, I'll look up the email I sent it to everybody real quick. Y'all can discuss while I'm looking this up.
I would just
Yes,
like to.
sir, our police chief would like to.
Hold on, we have to suspend
Okay.
the rules.
Motion to suspend the rules.
Motion, second, all in favor of suspending rules?
Just a quick history, guys. They've done this before on another street in town, and it was a very long, drawn-out process to the point where the residents on the one side of the street did not feel it was fair for them, and it began to be a huge hassle. And it was multiple council meetings. I was not the chief then, but it was multiple council meetings, and we eventually ended up taking it back off, and we allowed them to park on both sides of the street. So just kind of a history. But y'all go ahead and talk.
Also,
Just want to give y'all that.
can we let Les address something, I mean, the drive,
What?
didn't we cut a driveway for one of those
Yes.
houses?
Yeah, on
So
Carmack.
the city is willing to cut for a driveway to come into any of those that would like one.
Do we have those, Cole? Or, I'm sorry.
Yes, the houses that have no, you can call me Cole too, okay. The houses that have no driveways are 204, 304, and 402.
Wait a minute.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
204, 304.
And 402. The houses that have side street driveways are 112, 118, 202, 216, 302, 310, 402, 408. There's only two houses, and this is on the south side of Carmack, the only two houses that have driveways are 208 and 306. I understand that this could be an issue, as Chief says, he's the one out there more than anything, and honestly, if I don't mind even tabling a decision on this, because at the end of the day, I think that the people in those houses, if they can show up to a council meeting, or at least proxy, send a letter on what they would like to be done, I think that we should just do what the will is where they are, because I don't live down there, but I'd like to do what they want to do, and the problem never got fixed.
If I lived on the north side, which I assume that's the church side, or North Carthage side, is that correct?
Yeah.
I would be offended if I had to park across the street, park my car.
But they all have driveways on the north side. They all have driveways on the north side.
Yeah, but I'm talking about any time that they would have to go across the street to get to their car. You know, what you said, the chief said there, correct?
I mean, I understand the concerns and the problems. I mean, obviously, I do. It's just, I know the history of what has happened in the past as well.
Right.
That's why I just wanted to share that information with you. It's up to y'all to obviously make the decisions, and if there's people that are gonna get frustrated and angry about it, they're gonna, if y'all do decide to put up no parking signs on one side, then it's gonna be, the council is gonna be the one that's gonna have to deal with that at some point in time. I just want y'all to be aware of that and know that.
Listen,
Is there any, them houses you're talking about, Cole, is there any way that if I pour a concrete for them to go up on the sidewalk, can they put them a drive in their yard?
There could be, I mean, we can look into it. I'm
I
definitely
need the board down there.
yeah, I'm no expert on this. I don't have a dog in the fight. I just know that I've had people call me about it, but also I think it would be good if they also voice their opinions on it, and then the council could do, and now, they're not all gonna agree, but
that might be the democracy aspect, I guess.
But Les is saying we have offered to cut driveways for them.
Yeah, and if that happens, it's fine. We can,
You mentioned 8 addresses, but I can't remember what you said. You said 3 have no driveways, 2 have driveways. What are the 8? They have side street, you said something?
they have side street driveways. So
So I've
like,
got 2 things. I want to make a motion after this, but I'm.
yeah, no, that's fine. They have side street driveways. So basically, there's like a street that goes up, they can go in the
Like an
back.
alley.
Yeah, it's one of them truly alley,
I believe so. I believe, don't quote me.
because they have a garage there,
Yeah.
for say front parking.
So, I just think we need to involve the constituents.
Yes, ma'am.
If they have,
He had his hand up first.
Well, you haven't had a chance, so then I'll come right back, if you don't mind, just so everybody has a chance to address it. And you'll make a motion or whatever.
I know, I've heard discussion, as the chief said, I've heard discussion from other streets that this has been an issue, why should they get to park here, or there's too many cars in the way here when cars are going by. I've heard all that, because I've been around a long time. And I think, I'm not opposed to this really, if it's what's best for the people that live on that street, but I do think that we need to realize that we could be opening up just about every street that could come back to city council and say, they're going too fast here, and so-and-so's parking here. I really think if we do this, we're going to be opening up to look at just about every street, or many other streets in the city.
you're saying like preferential, like if, they're having to do that over here on Carmack, but they don't have to do it up there on Jefferson.
Yeah, and then you're talking about visitors too, so you're not just talking about residents, you're talking about visitors parking.
Councilman Peterson.
I'd like to make a motion that we table this until next month so that we have time to go out there and verify these things. Not that you're not telling the truth, that's not what I'm trying to say. But I'd like to see that, these different houses and be knowledgeable about the conversation before I vote on anything.
I'll make it easier, because I don't think you can technically do that. I gotta rescind my motion, then you make a motion.
Okay.
But I will rescind my motion. I just wanna say, I agree with you, we're gonna open a can of worms, but we can't avoid the worms. We need to address the worms, even if it's just one street at a time, every month. I think that'd be good. Let's do it. That's what we're here to do, serve and do that, so. Yeah, so maybe I can rescind the motion, and we can discuss specifically Carmack Avenue next month. Maybe then that month after that, we can find another street to discuss, and do one at a time. So, I don't.
Warren Avenue.
You might.
Is there a motion on the table?
I think we still have the rules.
Still suspended.
Are we going to suspend rules and let you talk for a second?
I just have one more quick comment. Did we not just talk about parking and stuff not that long ago, like a
You said
month or two ago? And we,
And the
and
letters went
there
out.
wasn't many, and the people that did come were talking about speeding and not necessarily parking. We just talked about this.
We did, and nothing happened from it, yeah.
And so, y'all do what you want to do, I'm just,
And again,
just a
Les,
quick reminder, I mean,
I think Les has offered to cut driveways for anyone on the south side that wants them. Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we table this till next month. We have a public hearing from 5:30 to 6 o'clock on this matter for anyone in the city that wants to talk about parking. And we knock it out at one time, so we're not coming back every month talking about parking in the city.
What I'll do is I'll rescind my motion, so you can make that motion.
I thought you did that.
I think we already did that.
That officially was rescinded, okay, yeah. That's good.
Yeah, I thought you already did that.
I believe
I
we
didn't know if
already
they
had
accepted
public
it.
hearing about this, but we do it.
Well, I just-
I'll second his motion.
Okay, all right. Yes, sir.
Are you saying you want everybody from the city to come in here?
Thank you.
That wants to talk about parking.
I disagree. I think we need to.
I don't want to do it one street at a
I
time.
do. I think.
We'll make it final, I mean.
You better make it 2 o'clock.
I don't even know if we can have everybody in here.
We can't.
There's no way.
The ones that will show up will.
Yeah.
Again, I'd like to I'll amend your motion if that's okay.
I think I have.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, to just have Carmack.
Okay, I'll
I'll say on
second
there
that.
at a 5:30 to 6 p.m.
They don't show up.
If they don't show up,
Then they have no interest, then we
there's
don't
no
go in.
interest in it, and we move on.
That's what I'm saying, that way we're not doing it every month, we're doing a different, tackling a different street, that's crazy, in my opinion.
Are Robert Field still suspended? The only reason I want to ask it, because, okay, you're saying, somebody made a statement earlier about how information about like the agendas is not being put out good enough to the citizens of the city. So if you're gonna do that next month, you really need to, over the next 3 weeks, put it in the paper, put up bulletins, on billboards, all over Facebook. If you got the town page, you got personal pages, people need to know that that's gonna happen. Because I'll guarantee you, I'm on a street that I would be here and discuss it, because I hate my street. I love living in the city of Carthage, and I'll tell you right where I live right now, Ward Avenue, right across the way. These guys know where I live. And when that high school traffic lets out, it's a madhouse. I keep my grandkids in the house, because they're gonna get hit if I don't. I'm not lying to you. So my street will be discussed, I'll guarantee you.
Our recorder does do that every time, but yes, sir.
I believe, we haven't dealt with 18 yet, right? Public dissemination. We haven't.
No, we're gonna get to that.
Yeah, the second, okay, my second, I'd like to make a motion that we go back into Robert's Rules of Order.
Second.
Yes.
Did
All
we
in favor?
vote on
All right.
Go back.
We have like 6 different things going, so.
Yeah.
This gets us back into Robert's rules, so
Okay,
aye.
all right, excuse me, did you have a motion?
Who?
Yeah.
Yes, that we go back into Robert's Rules of Order.
Well,
I've
we
got a
did
second.
that, we did that.
No,
Already
you gotta vote on it.
It was very quick, okay.
Well, we need to vote.
We just have never voted on the motion to table this till
Yes.
next month, so you can look
That's
at
the
it.
motion.
We need a vote to go back into Robert's rules of order. That's what we're-
We did vote.
We just did.
It was
We
quick.
didn't vote on it, we just motioned
I thought
for the
we just
record.
did that.
No,
All right, and now we need a vote on Tim's amendment.
Please tell me who motioned for it,
Okay,
to go back into Robert's rules.
I did.
Councilman Peters did.
Who seconded?
I did.
Thank you.
And we all agree.
so I believe you had a motion to table.
Yes, until next month.
Second.
With the amendment that there's a public hearing from 5:30 to 6 PM for Carmen to come and speak.
Second.
5:30.
5:30 to 6.
So we have a motion with amendment to table the next month with the 5:30 public hearing with the Carmen only. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Any further discussion on that? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, then next is.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am,
I'd
sir.
like- It works, it doesn't matter. I'd like to make a motion to add an item to the agenda to take 2 seconds.
Okay.
Second.
What would that item be?
Well, we gotta get approval
Oh.
before I can add an item. It's gotta have 3.
We have a motion and a second.
Any discussion?
Any discussion on adding this item? All in favor?
I'd like to make a motion that we move next month's meeting from the 3rd of June to the 10th of June.
From the 3rd of June to the 10th of June.
It's the following Thursday. It's not the first Thursday, the second Thursday.
Point of
Is that
inquiry,
holiday or? No, oh, it's your, oh, yeah, okay.
point of inquiry for the attorney. Todd, will that go against our
I think it does.
charter?
Yeah, we've had this happen before though, and if everybody agrees that we're not gonna have a quorum on the regular scheduled date, you essentially are setting a special called meeting for the 10th. I will not be here on the 10th.
The 10th, is that, that's a Thursday?
I can Zoom.
My discussion item is if everyone can, I'm okay with it. I just want to make sure no one doesn't get to come because of it.
Did you say you could be on Zoom, though?
I can Zoom. on
You can
the 10th.
Zoom.
I don't know about 4 hours.
Zoom runs out of time. You got any quarters?
The 10th is fine with me, and that's what we're waiting on, is everybody's.
She said
I think we're just waiting on the vote.
We're in discussion though, correct?
Okay,
Yeah,
any further discussion on that motion? The 10th. Is there anyone who can't? Maybe we need to let us know.
I'm not sure. Because it has to do with budget, commissioner budget meeting.
Barbara, how's yours?
I'm fine for the 10th.
I'm good.
Okay, all in favor of moving it to the 10th? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I abstain right now, so.
All right, the next item of business is the employee actuary determined contribution rate. I think we actually approved this last time, but is there another motion to do this again?
But I'm completely ignorant to what this is. So if,
Mr. Scott, would you like to? It's the matching funds we have for,
Yeah, it's every municipality has to pay in a certain percentage based on actuarial data in order to fund the retirement system for that municipality. Our rate is 9.02, it's the same as last year. So that is the minimum we can pay. It is conceivable that we can pay more if you wanted to do that, but my recommendation would be to keep it at 9.02 right now.
so would someone like to make a motion to keep it as it is, like we did last time?
I'll make it.
Okay, Sam.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Okay, a vote to keep it at 9 point, what is it again, 9.0?
9.02.
9.02. All in favor?
Don't go over to that, Mayor.
I
It's
thought it was 9.09.
It might be 9.09.
Okay, we keep it as it is right now. 9.
Motion to approve item number 16.
Wait a minute, we have to vote on this. All in favor?
We already voted.
Oh, you did? Then okay, there we go. Sorry.
just, point of inquiry, that's just, we're gonna make that as a keeping at the same rate, because we're not sure what the exact.
Yeah, that's what the motion.
Okay.
Okay, number 16 that we.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, second. Any discussion on that?
Yes, do we have this bid out?
This is the contract it's a continuation of the contract we had. It was approved last time. Can we bid out next year?
It was bid out with a renewal
Yes.
provision in it last year.
Last year.
Yeah.
So we're not required to do a bid?
Correct.
No.
Okay.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right. This item, Mr. Moore, we talked about it, we did put out an ad for actually the codes inspector. We didn't get anyone, we have to have all kinds of international codes and stuff, so we're still seeking one of those people. We had someone who responded but has not gotten all the licenses. We're still putting the bid out this one.
I'd like to make a motion to table this till we find somebody.
That's fine.
Second.
Yeah. Table two, we'll keep bidding, okay. All in favor of
Just
tabling?
discussion.
Discussion, okay.
I'll point out, I understand we need a new building inspector for the new council members. We had kind of a nightmare building inspection situation before, and there was a lot of things that were happening, like we were putting $500,000 sewer filtration systems in water plants. And so we want to make sure that we have a building inspection when we do hire. Let's really examine, make sure that they're sticking with codes, but they're not being overly strict to where it's scaring off businesses. So I just want to keep that warning out there, because that is kind of fresh, and we want to do our due diligence on it.
It's the codes inspector, not the building inspector.
Right, building codes.
Yeah, it's a little different, it's
But
international.
now, I think to Three Eagles' point, previously we had the town engineer doing those inspections. And so part of this whole discussion is to clarify who is doing the building codes inspections, when are they doing, what does the contract provide for, make sure that they're licensed and approved.
We're saving a ton of, hundreds of thousands of dollars since he's been gone, and it's been
Okay,
great.
so, we're going to table that. Can we go to number 18, please? Public information dissemination?
Yes, I'd like to motion that the city post on the website as well as social media our minutes, our agendas, and any information that goes with it so that the public can see what we see.
Second.
Second.
I'd like to.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Discussion, please.
We talked about at one point allowing or not allowing, I need a refresher and I apologize, allowing or not allowing comments on our social media for the town of Carthage, right? What did we agree on with that?
Danielle's supposed to be our social media person. No one else is supposed to have access to social media except for Danielle. That was what was voted upon, if I'm correct.
I think he's referring to public comments.
Public comments.
No.
There's
You
not
can't.
supposed to be any, but you can't remove it.
You can't remove, if someone publicly wants to
No,
comment,
I mean, like, I can't, if I post, I can't put the option for people not to comment, because you guys voted to not have comments.
That's what you voted.
But that's not
I
an
think
option.
it's okay if we let the freedom of speech happen.
I'm just thinking about what we actually voted on. I'm
Yeah,
not trying to
that's-
suppress anybody, I'm not doing any of that, I'm just
No,
asking, we said no comments, right?
Yes.
But we can't do anything about the comments based
Right.
on how this page is set up.
Right.
Understood.
Yes, sir.
I think we could just do something on there, once we put it on there, say that no, the comments will not be answered if any comments are made, that way they're aware that they're not waiting for a response, because they're not gonna get one.
So we shouldn't be responding to them? I just want to, I'll ask. Attorney.
Right, yeah, I wouldn't
As counsel.
have any sort of, communications back and forth, any sort of dialogue.
Look at them.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
And I mean, again, moving forward, you may want to decide, okay, do we want to do a different platform that doesn't allow for comments, but that's another discussion.
And if we do post them on our personal social media, I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask this or not, but if we do, we can have conversations with people on our personal pages, just not on the town's page.
Correct, you mean with members of the public?
Yes.
Yes.
They go in on our personal that we listed out, we can have conversations.
We can't comment on your page.
Is that true?
You should now, well, it's not a clear line, but generally you shouldn't have any sort of back and forth that could be construed as deliberation on any decision. I mean, if you want to say, again, you can post things and say, I disagree, but you shouldn't have this back and forth deliberation outside of a public meeting.
Yes, sir.
I don't work for the city or for the people, so I don't have to apply by that, and neither does anyone on the council. We work for the people. Now, like you said, we can't deliberate back and forth, but we can comment all you want, say what you want on it. It's called. That's a neat thing that we still have in this country for the most part, freedom of speech. So let's keep that going, but again, sunshine law prohibits us from exchanging dialogue outside of this room that has to do with business.
Right.
So you can comment all you want, yeah.
But we shouldn't be commenting, the recommendation is all I was asking for, not permission, but recommendation of if Councilman Babcock, and I'm just picking somebody out of the crew, if he posts that I should not be commenting on his post, I can create my own, but I shouldn't be commenting on his, is that correct?
Yeah, again, you can comment on other aldermen's, the president's post, whoever. You've got the right to say whatever, but you shouldn't be going back and forth and discussing town business that could be construed as.
So there's,
Also, we
what you're
can't-
saying, there's a limit to what you should be doing there.
Yeah, and you just want to be careful and just, if somebody look at whatever you're posting and say, oh, are they debating this issue, as opposed to just stating what their position is on that.
Also, you cannot, if a constituent is speaking on your post and you delete that you cannot do. You have to, if you put something out there, be ready to stand by it and let all the criticism ride. Trust me.
On our personal page?
On your personal page, on your whatever page, well, it's on your personal page, but you cannot delete, on your personal page especially, because you are a public figurehead, and especially if it's a constituent, you cannot delete comments, you can't do whatever. If you don't want to have that on there, don't post anything, don't get on. But once you've gone on, that's how that is.
And I'm asking if that's your personal opinion or if that's a regulation.
That's a regulation, yeah, that's a law. I mean, look, don't source me on it, just look it up.
Could you speak to that, please?
Yeah, I don't know that, again, I think on one hand, that could be construed as a public record that you couldn't, but I don't know of a law that says that you have to keep posts that people send to you.
I just encourage the council to look it up.
But I need to look that up, because I'm not.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can we get clarification on that at some point?
Yeah, I'm gonna look into that.
But again, I guess, just go back to
We're talking about your personal
page.
Facebook page.
Yeah.
Okay.
But back to the original thing, I just want to make sure that we're being transparent with the public. We're putting everything out there for the public to see. When we post the agenda, whenever you send the agenda out to us, we want to put that on the website. We want to put that on social media so everybody can see it and rock and roll from there. Same after the meeting, the minutes, everything like that, that gets seen out there so everybody can see every bit of information.
Any further, yes, sir. Please.
As far as financial statements, I would need clarification what you're looking at, because as a CPA, I can't post financial information to the public apart from compilation letters or review letters and so forth. So it may be that you're putting out the audit from the prior year. So that might be something we need to research what we can do as far as financial statements.
Financial statements, public record?
Yeah, I think anything that's a public record, again, there could be some financial information from time to time that's, that's not a public record, that's protected under some exemption, but generally, anything that's going to come before this board is going to be a public record that can be posted. And it's not, it's not necessarily certified, it's just saying this is what has been submitted to the council for consideration, or this was the budget that was approved.
Yes, sir.
As of right now, what we're asking though is for clarification that the agenda, when it comes out, that it's posted on social media, the town's social media, and the minutes are posted on the town's social media. Is that where we're at right now, just so we understand what we're voting on? It's not so much about financial records and all that at this time. This is what we're voting on.
Okay, so the motion, if there's no further discussion, the motion is to
Post the agenda in the
post the
minutes.
agenda and the minutes on both the Facebook and the website.
To include the documentation like resolutions and such forth, so the public can read those resolutions as well. It needs to include all the documentation we get, the public needs to see that as well.
One thing about that, when we post something on that page about our minutes or what we discussed here, not our opinion, what's discussed here, by what she puts out there. Not what I personally feel, or you personally feel, or anybody else. We need to watch that, because I think that's where things are getting really out of hand on social media, that we're giving our personal opinion on such and such event or whatever's happening. And we need to watch that and make sure we can back what we're saying if you're going to do it. I don't post stuff, honestly. I just don't do it. And I don't want to put myself out there to do that. And if I did, I'd be afraid I would give you my personal opinion, not what actually happened. So that's
Especially,
my opinion.
especially this borderline
It's
inaccurate in some.
yes, Facebook sometimes can be bad, and then sometimes it can be good.
Just to make Danielle's job a lot easier, what you can do, Danielle, is you put them on the website and go to Facebook and link the website. And that way you're doing it. And so you don't have to upload each thing on.
Can you see how many documents come out
Yeah,
from the
so
meeting?
you put it on the website, because it's public record, which is happens in most cities. But you just, on social media, you just put a link to the,
We got it, okay.
oh, thanks for interrupting, appreciate that.
Are we saying that every document that we use in this meeting is going to be put on the website? That's a lot of documents, I just heard you say that. And this is an open meeting with open invitation. People are welcome to come and get these, look at these, be at the meeting. I don't think we're required, I want to be transparent, everybody realizes that. But to put all this out there is a lot more work for Danielle, and I don't know that many people are going to be reading that, but it is an open meeting. So anyone that wants to come to the meeting can come.
My question would be, are we going to put approved minutes or minutes before they're approved? Or we're going to put documents before they're approved or they're approved documents?
Can we start with, just for, as an amendment, I guess, can we start with the agenda, once it's given to us, that we put that on town website, and next month we look at the next thing or whatever, but just, I feel like we're gonna go in circles over I say little things, and I hope it's not taken long, but things that we can do over time to make sure it's done right. Can we start with the agenda?
Yeah, I think that's a good, take steps, right? Yes, sir.
This is a subject we need to talk about extensively. If you take a whole hour or 2 hours just to talk about this and how to approach this and be right about it, I don't think it's something we can just quickly turn on to right now without, I'm getting emotional. Been outside.
We're going to have a very long night if we don't table some of this, so yes. Yes, sir.
I don't have any more right to this information that's in front of me than anyone in the public. And no, it's not easy on you. And I'm not
trying to add a workload, but again, if we're getting this information, the public should have this information. Now, it sucks if there's a lot of information, but again, that's how those cities operate.
But I guess my question would be, we have a lot of documentation here. We haven't decided if we approve it, if it's even correct. And if we put this on before it's approved, then people can get the wrong idea about what we're even doing, so.
It's not our job to regulate people's ideas.
Well, it is our job to make sure we put accurate information on it.
Don't give us inaccurate information.
Well, some of this in here may be inaccurate tonight, yes, sir.
So I'm going back and forth. Motion to table this till next meeting, then we all come back with our ideas of what we want to see.
I'll second that.
For the,
Oh, I apologize.
but for a minimum, we post the agenda on the website for the next meeting.
Okay,
I'll second that again.
okay. We're going to table, but for a minimum, the agenda will be posted for the next meeting. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. And now Doris here. All right. All right.
Motion to remove number 19 from the agenda.
To remove it from the agenda, all right. Street plan.
We have to have a vote.
We have to vote.
Aye. Since that was your, okay, street plan, May and 5, I'm sorry.
Motion to table number 20 to the first agenda item under old business for next meeting.
Second.
Okay. Motion and second to table to the first agenda item under old business in the next meeting. Any discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. 2021 budget, right now, all we can do is just set some dates that y'all want to meet for budget meetings, that's because the budgets aren't ready yet, so we're working on those.
We don't know what the motion is, though.
Yeah, we don't
It may not be that.
All right, well, what is the motion? Go right ahead, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Smith, I appreciate that. Yeah, and we need to, this is something that I was trying to do last month, is set some dates, and honestly, we need to be setting dates in February for a June budget if we want to really analyze this budget again. That's literally, I am looking for that, but we should have done this in February.
What's the motion?
What are your recommendations?
So my motion is that we go ahead and schedule some dates for budget talks, and let's start the ball rolling here. When do we have, point of inquiry two in this, second, I guess. I get a second on that.
I already seconded it.
Okay, point of inquiry, when it's June 30th, we have to have it voted on? Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, are you talking about to submit it? It's before then, isn't it?
Well, it has to be finalized
By June 30th. Okay. So, and my motion is to set some dates. And,
You got a second?
Do you have any, you got a second, do you have any recommendations?
I don't have a recommendation. I mean, we're doing the council meeting on the 10th. My month's open except for 1 week.
Well, Scott has given some of his available dates, and he'll need to be with us for that.
Well, what are his dates?
Okay, Monday, May, coming up, Monday, May 10th, Thursday, May 13th. Yes, sir.
Could we wait and set the dates so we can check the calendars and that sort of thing? I mean, I don't want to say right now because I don't have it here.
Point of inquiry then on your request, is it out of order for us to discuss dates of setting a meeting on
email?
Is that going to violate sunshine law?
Well, no, what I would do is circulate it, I mean, I'm not gonna get hung up on that, but have circulated through Danielle to get available dates and Scott, and they, post it to schedule dates, but yeah, I don't think that's an issue, just to.
As long as we post it,
Yeah.
people know when the dates are set.
Right.
Well, I'm fine with rescinding that motion. I'll make a new motion that Danielle send us, Danielle start working on that Monday, and we can have some dates by Wednesday. Is that good? Because we need to get some dates down.
Just add to that, could you send us Scott's dates? And then we can go from that.
I gotta plan my month out. Everybody's got to plan their month out. We all got lives that we have to do. We have a responsibility to this budget.
The other thing we need to look at is you're going to be meeting with employees and they work, you want to do it during the work it'd be easier for them now, they have to come back after work to do it.
Well, but those of us that have a job, we just can't leave our job to come.
Also, I like the format we did. I mean, I don't necessarily like all the circumstances.
Yes, I second.
Yes, yes. The format was helpful last time where we did 2 departments at a time. 2 departments at a time. That way we didn't get overwhelmed and we were able to really study those departments and listen to those departments. I think that was a good format. So if you can format it in that area.
I don't format numbers, that's all.
No,
Format the meetings to be Department A, Department B on this day, these 2 departments on these days, these 2, and that way we can really hone in and not just, we can listen to them.
Okay, so we have the motion that Danielle will put together some possible dates with Scott's availability in mind. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I gotta, so that would, how many dates would we need? 2, how many days would we need?
I guess she's gonna, if you put that together.
I think the question will be how many dates are we gonna need to talk about this for each?
How many departments do we have?
Yeah. Is it gonna be 3 days, 5 days, 10 days? What are we looking at?
That's what I was thinking, 3, right?
So we're looking at 3 days.
And it'll streamline a lot better, the meeting won't be as torturous to do if we just.
I'll wait that for a minute.
Can we vote on that? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed?
Motion to remove item number 22 from the agenda.
Second.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on that? All in favor of removing?
Aye.
Item 23, Tony, to sign, Councilman Beck.
Motion to approve.
Approve.
The number 23. Item number 23, yes. And the motion was, I'm sure we did we do this last month or was it a month before we did
We
this?
did it already.
Yeah, I know we did. So all the motion was is for the city to seek out a grant to have a tornado siren put in because I had more than one citizen ask for it. So that was the motion I want to make is for us as a city to seek a grant.
We put the word out back. Yeah.
The city of Smithville got a grant for it, so that's who I would contact, probably.
Okay. Remember how much it was and how much the next was?
No, ma'am, I sure don't.
All right. Yes, sir.
So, I know, I'm not sure everybody saw it, but we were asked to look into a very lengthy and informative, in my opinion, post with a lot of information about why we wouldn't get that. I saw that today. I'm sure we can get on there and see it. But it was very informative. So at the same time, while I'm saying it's informative and I liked a lot of what was said, I don't see a problem with looking into how much it's going to be and then comparing to what somebody else has suggested. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Get it.
I saw the same post that you were talking about, and he was informative.
Yeah.
I wish he would come and talk to us about it.
Yeah.
About how much it costs?
Well,
Alternatives.
pros and cons
Yeah.
Oh, right.
about it.
I think after we get the bid, we can have him come in and talk. That'd be great.
All the upcoming weather.
Yeah, he'd come in a heartbeat.
Okay.
I agree with both of y'all on that. I would say, I think it's okay to absolutely look at the prices anyways, because it's an option, like we want to look at it. So I think that's good. I don't know if this would be an amendment or if I'd probably just need to add an item, but I'd like to invite the gentleman to come speak to us. He said he could speak to us at the June meeting. I'm sorry, not the June meeting, July meeting. Yeah.
I'll rescind my motion, make another motion. Motion to approve to send the research grants for tornado sirens for the city of Carthage. Also to have I'll say expert on the situation come and speak at the June council meeting. July council meeting.
Sorry.
Okay, motion and second to research grants for the tornado siren and to have an expert come speak at the July meeting. Any further
Discussion, we need to make sure that he comes.
That's what I was going to say. We're assuming that he's available, but we need to reach out to him.
No, I talked to him. He said he'd make it. You said that, I'm sorry.
Any more discussion?
I changed it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, going into new business,
Oh my
we've got the
gosh.
Second Amendment resolution. Ms. Barbara?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, because I would like to discuss this, so I appreciate that. This is a resolution that the county has, and Smith County and a lot of other counties have adopted, and it's pretty much that we agree with the Second Amendment under the Constitution, and that we declare that we are in agreement with the Second Amendment and that it be upheld according to the Constitution. So I think it's worded really well. I think other counties have adopted this, and I just wanted to propose it. That is something that Smith County, or Town of Carthage, I'm sorry, Smith County has already, I'm not sure, I've heard some people say that we may already be under this because the county passed it. But this is just a copy of theirs. This is actually not a resolution for the Town of Carthage, but if we could consider that we make this a resolution for the Town of Carthage to be proposed for the next meeting. This actually is a resolution that was passed by the county, but it's not a resolution yet that Town of Carthage passed. I think we would have to put it into the Town of Carthage in there. And then,
So Mr. Moore would have to do that invoice. So your motion is to let Mr. Moore put that in our resolution for the city. Is that right?
He already had a motion to approve the resolution.
yeah.
So I'd like to make an amendment to the,
Are you, the motion to approve the resolution that you put out? Or
I made a motion to approve the Second Amendment resolution. It was seconded. We discussed it. Cole wants to discuss an amendment to my amendment, or my motion.
Okay, and Barbara wants it to be our own.
Well, that was just my suggestion as we discussed.
Okay, Mr. Councilman.
thank you. The only, I was wanting to make an amendment, and it's going to change, most of it's very minor changes. Change Smith County to Carthage, Smith County to Carthage, Board of Commissioners to City Council.
Well, that's basically what I was saying.
Yeah. Change the 6th day to 6th day of
Well, that's what.
May to 2021, signed by Sarah Smith. I think that's Todd Moore would do the other part. If you look at the second, so those would be part of this amendment, the second paragraph where it says, whereas the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution adopted in 1791 as part of the Bill of Rights protects the inalienable and individual right of the people to keep and bear arms. And I wanted to put in there and mark protects out and insert prohibits the government from infringing on the inalienable individual bill of rights. And if that's in it, I'm very happy with it.
We'll need it written out so we can all read it. That would be right. If we were going to do that.
So to, again, just to reiterate, take out protects, put prohibits the government from infringing on. Our rights are given to us by our Creator, if you believe that, or we're born with those rights. And the Bill of Rights prohibits government from infringing on those rights.
Cole, are you asking that that be amended and voted on tonight or brought back as amended?
We can, I mean, if we make those changes right now, we can vote on it tonight and be done with it. It's all
Does
good.
everyone want to see it written out to vote on this, or how do you want to do that? I think maybe it'd be good to see it written out so we know what you're.
Well, and I think we're again, this is a declaration. We're not changing anything. I don't think we can prohibit or go against our federal government, so I disagree with that wording. I think protect is what we're doing, and we're making a declaration that we agree with the Constitution that already really, when this came up before, the council didn't go any further with it because we said we have the Constitution that gives us that right now. I don't think we need to change that protect word.
All right, so the motion on the floor is to accept it with those changes just specific for Carthage. So you change Carthage from Smith County to.
Okay, we've got two different things going on. Barbara's motion, or my motion, was to approve what Barbara was presenting to the court, which is the same exact
Right.
thing that the county done.
That's what we need to.
Cole made a motion to amend that to read that line that he wanted.
We just have to have a second to discuss.
That's what I'm saying, and we're waiting on a second. I don't believe there was a second on
Is there a
that.
second on that?
On his amendment.
Yes.
Okay, then we get no second, guys. Then let's go back to the regular.
That goes back to the original form.
Yes, yes. So,
The original form says Smith County, Carthage.
No, with the changes. I'd like to make a motion, if I may, that we table this again until we have it in writing in form, like we've done with every other thing. That way, everybody's on the same sheet, we do it the same way every time.
I'll second that.
so Barbara, can you make those changes and just bring it back?
Absolutely.
There's discussion.
Well, I can make those changes, or the attorney can. It's pretty simple changes.
So is there any discussion on this?
We are, you want to go even, I was just going to say that we do change it to Carthage. Not necessarily, I don't know the terminology of protect or the other, but
She's just gonna change it.
Yes,
That's what I'm-
absolutely. I just wanted you guys to look this
Table until we
over.
have the document in front of us.
I just want to make sure we have the right document in front of us
So
next time.
the motion is to table. Any further discussion?
Yes, I would encourage the council to read the Constitution of the state of Tennessee, because there are areas in our Constitution that do tell us we can go against the federal government should it violate the Bill of Rights. And that is literally, in one hand, we're saying, we're going to make this declaration, but on the other hand, we're saying, there's nothing we can do. This is making a declaration to say, we have no right to infringe on these that are clearly outlined. We can't talk out of two sides of our mouths.
Just one last comment. If we go against the federal government, we risk being charged by the federal government, and we risk losing federal funding. If we say in a document that we're going to go against federal government, cities can be charged, and we can lose federal funding, and I don't think we want to go that route.
So,
If you don't mind sourcing that at the next meeting, that'd be awesome.
I'll be happy
Any
to.
further discussion, not let's take a vote on this, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, the next, we've already talked about the retaining wall engineer. Main Street paving, I'd like to present to the council that we get bids to pave Main Street. We're at a point now where we can start looking at that. It would be to grind and pave Main Street.
I'd like to make a motion that we bid that out.
Motion to
Second.
bid it out. Second, any discussion on that?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Paul, hand us that up first.
That was literally part of what we tabled for agenda item number 1. I guess the mayor had the same one under new business, but it was to do not just a pave, but a plan to go, so it sucked to pave the street, and then we have a plan.
Dig up the sewer.
Yeah, like, there might be some stuff that's.
Well, no, we have looked at that. We have looked at
Point of order.
that. Go right ahead.
Thank you. What I think we need to pave Main Street, but again, kind of like with the ball field lights, we need to look at doing it the right way. So we're not just putting more parking spot. They're not parking spots. Where they loading zone crosswalks and things like that. We do it the right way, and we all discuss this with agenda item number 1 next meeting.
Yes, sir.
Is there a plan? Is there a plan that we're, as the council, involved in going forward? Let me finish. That it's not going to be out of order where we're having to tear up roads we just made. Is there a plan there that we can see?
Les, would you like to?
I can answer that.
Are we at a point where we can start paving Main Street?
Yes,
There's nothing stopping it. We're not going to have to tear it up to replace some pipe.
there's nothing in there.
Okay. Being clear.
There will be one place tore up, and that's right there at Ken's Frame Art, where we're gonna put that piece of pipe across the road.
And we're not going to
And
pay
we're gonna do that
that.
before we pave.
Okay,
Good.
I don't see a reason to table it then.
Yes, sir.
The answer to your question is yes, there is a plan that the Planning Commission is working on. That is the correct answer, that Dr. Duke and I are working on in detail to present to you all to vote on, instead of just going out and paving it. There is a plan in place that we'd like to present to you all, and you can say yes or no. But I don't know why we're rushing to pave this all of a sudden when there's actually some improvements that can happen, that can look good, that can get the public involved and move forward. I don't see why we just don't
Well, it's just.
go back to it.
It doesn't say we can't do that, it's just to pave the road, which is great in need of paving.
Pave the road, and then we come up with a new parking plan, we just lost all that money.
So I think there's a lot of citizens that are being very vocal. They have with me even when I brought up the retaining wall. Well, why don't you pave some streets before you start putting up retaining wall? Some of them don't understand that that's super important before we have caskets in the road. But I think it is important to the citizens that Main Street is paved, and I don't know if we have a faster plan to get it done, why we're waiting. I don't understand.
Do we want to do speed or do we want to do efficiency? And again, I would like to do efficiency. Same thing with the ball field lights. I like that somebody donated them and everything. But again, if something happens, then we just pave it, we go right back over it, and tear it all up again because we want to do something.
They're saying it's not going to happen. They're saying that
That's what Les is saying.
there's nothing under there.
That's.
No, I'm not talking about underneath the street, I'm talking about on top of the street. And I want the streets done, I want them done. I promise you I want them done. I'm not trying to delay anything. I just think if we want to do this, let's do it right, let's take some time, let's do it. Let's look at a bunch of different options instead of saying, let's just pave it forward. And I live on Main Street, so.
I think it has to be paved before you can do any of those other things on top of it.
No.
I'd like to stick with the original motion. All we're doing is asking for bids. We're not starting to pave it next week. Let's get the bids in place, and then that way we know how much it's gonna cost.
Okay.
And then if you come back with the planning commission, let's ask them or whatever, we've got a comparison to what we're.
I'm fine with, if it's just a bid, absolutely.
It's just a bid.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just agreed. Lots of complaints about how rough it is to get across it. So, thank you.
Okay, the motion is just to get bids for the grinding and paving of Main Street. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All right.
Motion to approve number 3.
Second.
Okay, motion is second for the budget amendment that you have here, and they kind of go
It's for the pool and
for
field
the
house.
pool and the pool house.
Yes.
Well, let's see, there's two different, there's a $10,000 and 20, can you explain it?
Yeah, that's.
Would you like to tell us that?
Motion to suspend the rules.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Second.
Aye.
I don't have to, but I will. The Water Sewer Fund is a profit-oriented center, okay? Therefore, it has to be totally independent of the general fund, okay? Presently, the Water Sewer Fund has been billing for, since the ARC came over, whatever, many years, Water Sewer Fund has been billing the city general fund for pool and the field house, which is also known as the Boy Scout house, as I understand it. That is a no-no because one is a profit center and the other is the governmental accounting standards. So all the information gathered is that if you, from the comptrollers, not official, there's nothing written, but the best thing that we can do is to catch up the present fiscal year and also the prior fiscal year. And then we've showed the good faith effort to make sure that the Water Sewer Fund is paid by the general fund for the water used for the pool and for the field house. So the money that's asked for there, we will simply write a check from the general fund to the Water Sewer Fund and pay off our bill.
Okay, great. Yes, sir.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
It's already been approved.
Okay.
The motion, just got to vote.
Yeah, we voted on it?
Okay.
No.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second, so any further discussion? If not, let's vote on this.
Aye.
Okay,
Motion to approve item number 4.
okay.
Second.
Got
the bumps.
Yeah, we did this, but go ahead.
Awesome, appreciate it.
That's what you just were talking about earlier?
Sorry?
We discussed that already?
No, I just,
Well, we actually-
this is for the Hardy's lift station.
Okay.
Both those pumps have been in there longer than I've worked for the city, and we're having to start pulling them, clean them, the impeller wiring out. We're having to resell them 2 or 3 times a week, so I've got 3 quotes to replace both of those. And just like to have permission to go with the lowest quote, which is under 10,000. And we have in budget, we got in budget to do it.
Motion to.
Motion. You raise your hand, buddy.
Go ahead, Steve.
Do you have a motion first?
Motion to approve the lowest bid.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion on that? This is lost content, right?
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
I know we got checks and balances, so like when y'all approve our budget, whatever's in those line items, I feel like the council's already approved. So as long as we're meeting the standards with comptrollers as far as the quotes, if we get bids in, do we have to come back to the council now and get this approved again, or is it already approved if it's in the budget? You know, is this something y'all can think about? Maybe you want to.
I think we should,
I believe it's already in there.
I'm not sure, you're talking about to come back to have the expenditure approved after the.
Yeah, they've already approved the budget, and I've got it in my line item, enough money to have it done, as long as it's under the $10,000 mark.
I'll defer to Scott, but if you've already got it in your budget, then you don't have to, it doesn't have to come back again after it's bid out.
It kind of holds this up, because I could already been having the job done, but we have to come back and bring it back to you to get it approved again.
if it's in the budget, I'm good with that.
Okay.
Okay, I appreciate it, that's discussion. I want to throw that out.
What the council has done is if an expenditure is over 2,000 specifically being made, then it comes back before the council, even if it's in your budget. And I haven't found any policy that sets that out, but ever since the last 2 years, if
Right.
we check over $2,000, it's come back.
Right, and that's why I was bringing this up. A lot of times it delays us getting the work done.
And I believe Scott is working on something that will help us make that a little easier too. But
Make a motion to go back into Robert's rules so we can vote.
All right, we're going to vote on the lowest bid, which is the Moscon. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Thank you.
Okay, we've done Sally already there.
She's coming back next month, sir.
Okay. Estimates for walking track parking lot, we discussed this last time, we can't do anything because of the TEMA, they can't build anything in that floodplain, so we can't do this.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes.
Motion to adjourn. We discussed the last two items already.
We done retirement.
Yeah, that's the one that, we set the thing.
Yeah, mine, just to come back to point of order, we're still talking about number 6. I wasn't here for that. I know you guys were here for it. I wasn't here for it.
We can't do anything with it.
Well, it's TEMA, we can't do, TEMA won't allow us to do.
We can't do anything to them.
Again, I understand, I'm on the planning commission, if I can.
Well, this wasn't on last month. This is new business for this month.
Okay. Is it okay if I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right, awesome. I'm not trying to hold us up, I want to get out of here too. Estimates for the walking track parking lot, they're saying TEMA says we can't do anything, okay? But we're doing a walking track.
Exactly.
Okay, so the answer to that is, yeah, we can, it's just gonna cost us some money, okay? And if you all wanna kill this, it's fine, but I just want y'all to know that it doesn't mean that we can't do it.
Well, I think our engineer has to address this, because the only reason we're doing the walking track is he's jumped through a million hoops, and we're having to regrade that whole area. But as far as the parking lot, no, TEMA, absolutely, that's.
It absolutely has to go through a lot of stuff, I'm not denying that. But to say we can't do it is not factual. We can do it, there's a lot of work to do it. So, again, I think that this just needs to be tabled. I'm fine, we got a long night tonight, it's not an emergency. I just think it's better just to go ahead and table it. That's your motion, so I motion that we table this to next.
Second.
Okay, tabled, second, any discussion? If not, all in favor?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
I bet that's a unanimous.
Discussion on this?
You can just. I'm sorry. Hold on. Discussion.
All I want to say is I think that even though we disagreed tonight, I think we've had a really good conversation. I think it's been respectful, it's been professional, and I appreciate it.
I agree. I think it was a much better meeting even though the holiday was.
Best meeting I've seen in a long time.
Come back and